I ain't worried about your shit, his shit, her shit, they shit, fuck shit, bullshit, hoe shit, fake shit.
Yes. Me gusta el sonidito, dice. Vamos ahí, vamos allá, vamos ahí, vamos allá. Hey, ¿para qué te digo quién soy si tú sabes que nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker hablar sin ya? Detrás de King, ya todo está por venir. Money pa' mi family, music para repartir al doble como Géminis. Si es que andamos bien chiviri, mi black y par de chiquilín, zombito como Tribilín. Sí que sí, Riquitín no me molesta. Somos tan jealous, aquí no te metas. Tú eres un Guns N' Roses, solo aparenta. Ellos articulan troyando en pimienta. Ey, ellos me preguntaron que cómo lo hacemos. Que te voy a contar, papito, si es que estoy enfermo. Tan bajo para esta carrera, cuando rima en ritmo lo parto cualquiera. Camino tranquilo, casi sin problema, caminos al filo de la carretera. Los niños tienen que esperarnos afuera. Malandro madrugan en la madriguera. Voy desde pequeño, siguiente te sueño, lo voy a lograr de todita manguera. Ando con los Malvivientes y del bloque, que corre el cheque, mejor que choque. La chimemo, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Yes, yeah, oye, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque.
Blacksmente. Me llega la punta del nepe. Si no saben para qué se meten, vaya por la sombra que el sol está muy caliente. Ustedes no cantan ni con micro de juguete, tampoco me alcanzan por más que con trampa trepen. Me pondré la bata para atender a mis pacientes. De falta de flow es que usted está muy padecente. Vamos a inyectar la dosis de carácter urgente, pero ya no sirve, que pase el siguiente. Probemos la cura en la bebida que está ardiente, cumpliendo un horario a las 4:20, sacando el antídoto de la misma serpiente. En pocas palabras hago cosas sorprendentes. Vipera en su área monitoreando el ambiente. Si estoy operando no deja que nadie entre. Con 2 enfermeras pa' que no me desconcentre. Me ponen los guantes, me secan la frente. Y me pasan el bisturí. Parto tu pecho como las partí. En la calle es que aprendí. Todo lo que estás pasando me tocó pasar a mí. Te voy a quitar la envidia para que vivas feliz. Yo quiero llevar mi profesión a otro país, deleitar el mundo entero con este don que nací. Que nadie me diga no, pero todas me digan sí. Que se me triplique todo el dinerito que invertí. Ey.
Yeah, yeah. La P.1, el hombre orquesta. Radical people en la casa, more vaya. Vamos a darle candela, pa' la familia candela. Traigo puro flow desde la vieja escuela, espera. Que no ha visto y no espera. Que hay lumbrera en tu atmósfera. Digo mormo, falla Babylon, bye bye. Firme allá adelante con la frente en high. Uno busca fight, yo les digo guay. No perdan su time, conmigo no bye. Me pidieron que yo entre y voy a meterle duro como antes. Voy a reventarle los parlantes. Firme allá adelante con un flow sobre extravagante. Y si hay farsante, llevo puestos los guantes, pero no se me alarmen que no son guantes de box. Son guantes de seda para tratar el corazón. Corazón son, bajo de presión son, desesperación son, mala condición, Yo solo vine para traerte mi mensaje, Vine para decirte que se puede y soy fe. Vine para decirte no te rindas, socio no te rindas. Pon tus ojos en el que está arriba en Jesús, el caballero de la cruz, el único que está contigo cuando te apagan la luz. El verdadero sol y neto real batería, te cuida todo el día, por si no lo sabía. Cuando llega la resaca y todos se abandonan, cuando llega la bajada y todos se abandonan, cuando llegan los problemas y te abandonan, no es Rexona, es Jesús el que no te abandona y te perdona. No, no te abandona. Radical people in the area, more fire.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright.
You're going to learn a lot of history in this, and you'll begin to see, if you can stick with me during this study, you're going to look back on the news again and see the elite, and then you'll understand why they do what they do. It is the basis of all secret societies. What we're reading right now is the root of all secret societies, every single last one. And it will begin to come out. Now, why is that important? I'll tell you why. Because you interact with those teachings of the secret societies every single time. Here's something you don't know. If you're not operating your life by the gospel of Jesus Christ, listen to me, you're operating by the teachings of fallen angels. You're operating by the teachings of fallen angels. Let me take this further. Why in the world would God say to love the world is to have enmity with God? Why would Jesus say that? Why would Jesus say, if you love this world, you have a deep separation from God? You're deeply separated. Why would Jesus say that? I'll tell you why. Because everything in this world that is established is not of the Creator. It is every single last bit of it is corrupted. It may not appear corrupt. The seed may look good. It may look like a good thing. It may mirror something in the Bible, but it does not make it holy. You see, the end result of these world's kingdoms is going to be so bad, Jesus must come back himself. Never forget that. If mankind could undo and fix those wrong things on the earth, there would be no need for the Father to come back. He would simply send his children.
Our fellow Americans.
Right now, the COVID-19 vaccines are available to millions of Americans.
And soon, they will be available to everyone.
The science is clear. These vaccines will protect you and those you love from this dangerous and deadly disease.
They could save your life.
So we urge you to get vaccinated when it's available to you.
That's the first step to ending the pandemic and moving our country forward. It's up to you.
People, keep on learning. Soldiers, keep on moving. Keep on turning, 'cause it won't be too long. Hoppers, keep on flying, while your people keep on dying. Keep on turning, 'cause it won't be too long. I'm so darn glad it let me try it again, 'cause my last time on earth I lived the whole of sin. I'm so glad that I know more than I knew then. Gonna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground. Teachers, keep on teaching.
Between Chinese, Indian, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live.
But there is such a concept in Jewish laws as any population, and under very, very specific circumstances, according to various rabbinic opinions, it would be seemingly permissible to kill children.
Keep on believing.
All of this. What do you expect me to do? Fix it? I'm only 10. I can't even do anything this more. I just want to be a doctor or anything to help my people, but I can't. I'm just a kid. I don't even know what to do. I get scared, but not really that much. I do anything for my people, but I don't know what to do. I'm just 10. Listen to them and kill them. It's not fair. It's not fair. Kids are dying. Does that hate you? Does that hate? Kids dying? Explosions in our house get us terrified because we don't know when we will die, when we will survive, when we will do anything. I can't believe the war. The occupiers are literally killing kids and parents are crying. Mothers can't believe their kids are dying. Kids in this house, she was in her parents' house. There was a 5-year-old kid, 5-month-old kid, with his dad living inside their still house. I think the mother actually took the 5-month-old kid. When they went there, an explosion just went right to them. The mother and the 4 kids died, and the 5-month-old is still alive. It was a miracle for the 5-month-olds being alive, and also the father was not there, so he still also is alive. They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair.
אחד ואחד, כמו שאותו יימח שמו, אותו אחד מייסד הנצרות, אותו אחד מה שקורה איתו למעלה, עכשיו נמוד את הגמרא בדיקים ומזל נמוד שם הגמרא, דנים אותו בצואה רותחת, חבילה של צואה, של פסולת שיוצא מהקיבה של בני אדם, וחתולים וכלבים ואריות ונמרים, רותחת, מבעבעת, שם שמים אותו, שם הוא נענש כרתו רגע לרגע. זה ככה, וזה לא הבאתם, כל הכנסיות, כל הצלבים שלהם, הצלב הגדול הזה על הארו בברזיל, מתפוצץ לרסיסים, לכל העולם, וכולם יראו את זה. כולם יראו את זה.
Vous allez le payer très cher, les Européens. Mais à un point, vous n'avez même pas notion de quoi on parle. Et vous n'aurez pas où fuir. Quand l'Italie disparaîtra, quand Edom, c'est pour ça que le QG de la chrétienté qui vient de Esav se trouve là-bas, quand cet endroit-là disparaîtra, et c'est ce que veut faire l'islam, l'islam c'est le balai d'Israël, sachez-le. C'est-à-dire que jour où qu'on fasse tout le travail, et on voit Ishmaël pour régler le problème. Quand il va débarrasser tout ça et que le va revenir chez nous, alors c'est Meshiacha Mashiach.
Cette guerre-là, dans le monde dans lequel on vit, elle est nécessaire. Et pourquoi est-ce qu'elle est nécessaire? Parce que l'un va utiliser l'autre. Pour ne pas qu'Israël rentre en guerre, Akadosh Baruch Hu Shtabach Shemo Lahad, dit le Chafetz Chaim, va provoquer que Ishmaël se lève contre Esav. Donc ce que vous êtes en train de subir en France, en Europe, qui fait tellement peur, ça devrait être pour nous la plus belle nouvelle de notre histoire juive. Enfin, on commence à s'y approcher. Enfin, on commence à réaliser ce que les sages nous avaient prescrit avant. Ce que je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est marqué dans Sanhedrin. Le Mashiach viendra que quand Edom, l'Europe, la chrétienté sera totalement tombée. Donc je vous pose la question, c'est une bonne nouvelle que l'islam envahisse l'Europe? C'est une excellente nouvelle, ça annonce la venue de Mashiach.
De grandes hécatombes se prépareront dans le pays d'Édom, Rome. C'est un jour de vengeance pour l'Éternel, une année de représailles pour la cause de Tzion. Tout ça c'est marqué dans le prophète Ishaïa.
Et ce sera le monde juif qui va grandir et grandir, et que ce sera la nation qui elle va gérer le monde. La terre d'Israël, Akadosh Baruch Hu, il va l'attirer, le monde entier, ça sera Israël, et Israël, ça sera Yerushalayim. Et la seule personne qui va dominer dans le monde, ce soit Be'ezrat Hashem, avec le Mashiach, cette pierre qui elle va grandir, ce sera le peuple d'Israël.
To wipe out from among all the descendants of Esav, descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old. And that is why Amalek is so terrible, and it has to be totally uprooted. Therefore, God tells us we should erase their memory, and we should eradicate them from the face of the earth. Who is Amalek? Amalek comes from Esav. Esav was a brother to Jacob.
Esav, who in modern day terms is really basically, certainly one of them is America. Esav became Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome. Instead of it being Rome, it became Christianity. Christianity, of course, ultimately became Western civilization. So Esav today is really Western civilization.
But the new Rome, the United States. But the new Rome.
Esav is Europe, the United States.
The throne of God is incomplete until we destroy Amalek.
Any nation that has that religion can be considered Esav.
The audacity, the chutzpah, to destroy Amalek and to cut off the offsprings of the nation of Amalek.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
I hope you guys can hear me. Bro. I don't know if you can tell, but I am a bit under the weather, they call it. Aquí en Los Americas. I'm sick. That's why I couldn't do the class earlier. But anyhow, for you guys that are here with us, shalom. I gotta just get my rhythm back again, I guess. Okie dokie, guys. So what we got here? VTC, what up, man? For real, bro? They struck you? Yeah, they suck. What up, Kwam? Al, what's up, bro? It's crazy, by the way, family. I'm gonna show you guys some stuff today, and as you know, there is no. Well, I always tell you guys, you gotta have a foundation before you go into anything else. You got to have a foundation, or else you will lose your mind. Which is why it's just an excellent topic. Now, the reason I started off different was because I wanted to get that video in. It's a tremendous message, to be honest with you, man. Heavy duty. Now, the video also mentions a couple things before I forget. I want you guys to pay attention, because this is what this whole show, like Chicloso likes to call it still. What's up, man? Haven't forgotten about you, bro. It has to do with this. You see, in this chant, well, I'll say it like this. Al, if you're there, and you have some good scriptures about this topic. The word respecter, right? So Acts 10 and 34 says, Then Peter opened his mouth and said, Of a truth, I perceive that God is no respecter of persons. That includes your intent behind what you're showing, or whatever it is that you're studying. You should not be a respecter of things. If you really are welcoming this, how can I say it? Oh shit! If you really are welcoming this particular, I don't know, man. I mean, you gotta ask yourselves why are we even doing this? Like seriously, like this right here, this screen right here. You know, what's the point, man? A lot of us pick up this book and we read it and we study it like we think we are. And I say that like to include us all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be individual like here right now. Or I can speak for myself, but then again, I don't really work that way anymore. I used to. So, you know, I'm starting to perceive that some of us are approaching this in this manner. You know, we're still being somewhat Christians, to be honest with you. And the reason I showed the video earlier is because if you're not rolling this way, you guys are rolling in another realm, you know, another spirit, man. And I mean that because it's like, bro, we're surrounded by demons, to be honest with you guys. That's what I realize now. I mean, the very same demons will pick up this book and tell you that they're correct. For real. And it says it in the scriptures. Matter of fact, before I go there, let me go here real quick. Was it this one? Here it goes right here. 2 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 14, it says, And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing. Don't be magnified. Don't be impressed by the people that know the book. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, which is why I always say, if I show something, confirm it. I don't say believe me. I say, I'm going to do this. I don't know what you're going to do. That's different. Whose end shall be according to their works. So don't be surprised that the very same people that speak righteously, verse 13, will also be deceivers. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. Which is why this is important. Deuteronomy 1:17. Ye shall not respect persons in judgment. You should not do that. No matter what. No matter what. Hey, Cubile, Jeremias, buenos días. What's up, bro? No matter what. You know what I'm saying? Even if it burns you as you're studying, because this is what I think Christians are afraid of. They read, they study, and then they find, oh shit, oh my God, I'm unsure about that scripture. It makes me feel weird. So they stop. At least I could say that. But I'm realizing that a lot of people that supposedly are in this quote unquote truth are the same way. Ye shall not respect persons in judgment, but ye shall hear the small as well as the great. Perfect scripture, bro. Ye shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. The cause that I too hard for you, bring it to me, I will hear it. So I'm not here to respect people's opinions or feelings and shit. You know, I'm studying and I'm reading, and some people put things to question, and I said, you know what? Let me reassess my approach here. Maybe I'm wrong. And you know, it's funny, man. I sometimes enjoy being right. You know, I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I sometimes enjoy being right. I most of the time don't, because I'm not here to cause issues. Second Chronicles, chapter 19, verse 7. It says, "Wherefore now let the fear of the Lord be upon you," not me, because I'm already in this. I'm like, yo, listen, man, I'm gonna fight. Oh, wow, man, can't believe I found this. Can't believe I'm okay. Sounds good, Father. I'm just gonna put it in paper, and I'm gonna present it to my hand in and see what they say. Let's see what they do. This is a presentation of what I found. It's not my. It's not me. Hey, look, believe me, I don't give a shit. Excuse my language. I'm gonna stop that. I don't care, in a sense, whether you believe it or not. It's not up to me to convince you. It's not. I'm just here to present the message. That's it, bro. Y'all hear it. Wherefore Wherefore now let the fear of the Lord be upon you. And this includes all of us, not just me, not just y'all. I mean, every single one of us, man. Why are we in this book? What is our real intent? Are we really about repenting? Or are we trying to prove a point? Take heed and do it. For there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. Which is why when you see these camps, side point, and they're taking tithes, it's a very influential, powerful thing when you're dealing with type of economical, spiritual demon, because that's what it is. Economical, spiritual capitalism. That's what we're at. That's what we're battling. Like I said, you're gonna find out that we are surrounded. We are basically in the matrix, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? I mean, really, man. So my job is to read and maybe be as sincere as I can be in my findings, and then you guys determine it. But you know what, man? When it smells like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it looks like a duck, it's a freaking duck, man. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Excuse my language. Okay, I'll go as far as saying shit. I'm not gonna get away from that. I really work hard on not cussing. Trust me, fam. Second Israel chapter 15, verse 20. So let's kind of start with the session real quick. It says, "Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the risings of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Lebanon, to turn themselves one against another, and to repay the things that have done to them." Now, you know, before when I read this, I was like, man, you know what I mean? And you could kind of visualize people fighting, whatever, kind of like the videos we see. As a matter of fact, I'll show you one. I'll give you an example. Excuse me, all right? I have to cuss a little bit here and there. Let me read it again. "Behold, God saith God, I will call together the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the risings of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Lebanon, to turn themselves one against another, and to repay the things that they have done to them." Now, you know who those them are. Now, we know now, currently speaking, we know what's going on already, man. We know this is no joke, you know? This is obvious right here. This is plain and simple. So we see this. This is clear. It's clear as day. There's no denying it. "Behold, said God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Lebanon, and turn themselves one against another, and to repay the things that they have done to them. Like as they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also, and recompense in their bosom. Thus save the Lord God." Right? We see this now. We see this clearly. My right hand shall not spare the sinners, and my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. Now we saw the little girl crying. You know what I'm saying? We saw that, man. Like 10 years old, bro. 10 years old. The fire is gone forth from his wrath, and that consumed the foundations of the earth, and the sinners like straw that is kindled. I don't know if that's really the case. Some people are dying. It looks like innocent people, children, mothers. I'd hate to be in that situation. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now let's go back a little bit here so you can kind of see. We see that over there across, right? But we're seeing this here too. Now, I'm going somewhere with this, so walk with me here. You know what I'm saying? And as I mentioned before, we're surrounded by demons. Now, keep in mind, people are fighting against each other, right? What type of spirit do you need to be evilly wicked to destroy each other like that? You got to be mindful about these things. What type of spirit do you got to kill a man's wife and a man's child and laugh about it? As if kind of like the banality of evil, meaning like it's my job. I wasn't doing nothing wrong. It's my job. You know what I mean? I went to war and I shot a daughter and I shot a man, a girl, a baby child, but they had a gun. The banality of evil. In case you don't know what that means, look it up. So we see locally now happening seditious actions of people. Verse 14, 2 Esdras 15:14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Boom, bro. As a matter of fact, very true. All these are the beginnings of sorrow. Excellent. For the sword, woe to the world and them that dwell therein, as well as Matthew 24:8. All these are the beginnings of sorrow, right? For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh. Hello? And one people shall stand up and fight against another, and swords in their hands. Now we're seeing this. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the curse of their actions shall stand in their power. Which we see, like one example
DC police are
right
putting
here.
out
Look,
new images.
now we know that in Jubilees 10, speaking of a particular, seditious nation, and that's not my emphasis right now, but we're using the word to give you an example. Let's continue.
Of the suspects wanted in robbing a CVS and Navy Yard. Take a good look at your screen because there are a lot of suspects and some are hard to make out here. But police say some of the people seen here assaulted a security guard and shoplifted. We have more photos and also security camera video of the incident. It's up right now at WJLA.com. DC police are putting out
Seditious nations causing chaos. Here's another example. And now, I'm going to give you guys a perspective of what, because as you know, at least this is my opinion. This is my opinion. And scripturally speaking, I think I'm not incorrect. Let me read that real quick, bro, before I move on to it. Come on, let me see it. Hold up. And then appreciate you, man, for helping out here with the scriptures here. As you know, I'll read them if they make sense, but I think you're kind of in the spirit with the class, so it's all good. Matthew 24:6, it says, and ye shall hear of war, all praises, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. Now, there's a reason why it says this. Not like, don't worry about it, you good. No. There's this right here. See that ye be not troubled. It's a big, long road, imagine, of repenting. You see, you won't be troubled when you're reading and studying and seeing this come to fruition because you're working on yourself. Just saying, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places. Now, we're seeing this often. And these are the beginnings of sorrow. And we're seeing this often. Now, my point earlier was going to be, matter of fact, I think it's here. Let's see. I think it's Jude. Let's see. So hold on. Okay, here it goes. Jude 1:21. Now, and maybe one of y'all can help me elaborate on this, or maybe open up a little bit more scripture to precept my point. Okay. Jude 1:21 says, "Keep yourselves in the love of God, looking for the mercy of our Lord, the Meshiach, unto eternal life." Here, as a matter of fact, let me. I think the Sefer says them in that way. Keep yourselves in the love of the Most High, looking for the mercy of the Most High, Yahu, Shamashiach, until the eternal life. And of some, have compassion, making a difference. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because when you're, at least my opinion, when you're showing certain things about, if you say, our people, quote unquote, you got to kind of broaden up, because you have to be able to answer in a variety of fields, right? You know what I'm saying? Because in some, you're going to have compassion, patience, meaning, okay, maybe you don't understand this side of what I'm seeing. Maybe. And others say with fear, pulling them out of the fire, hating even the garment spotted by the flesh. Now, it doesn't say hate the person, right? So, what I mean by this is this. You see, I go a little bit outside my circle, because a lot of where's it at? A lot of what's going on can help you answer and help you see, kind of understand what the issue is. So here, we're going to fast forward this, and it's talk. I'm going over here, the president of Mexico, he's talking about how the nerve of a certain type of people, the nerve of them, right? The nerve of them to come and tell another country how to run their shit, so to speak. Remember, I said I would only say that word. Yet when there's a lot of chaos within their own selves. Let's watch real quick. I'm going to speed it up.
De unos jóvenes que protestan, sí, y sí, vean cómo les va. Y eso lo voy a pasar no por ellos, no por el gobierno de Estados Unidos, sino para que los mexicanos nos enteremos.
Sorry, let me put it in English in case some of you guys are bilinguals and shit. Sorry. Well, no, actually, no. I said I would say that word at least. Let me see. Hold on a second. ¿Dónde está el inglés? Aquí está. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna move the words up here. All right, so this is a translation right there. Matter of fact, let me magnify it, because I don't think this brother bothers, man. This guy brings up some good info. Anyways, let's go.
Porque esto no lo va a pasar Televisa, ni Azteca, ni Imagen. Y como ya ven que sí se ve la mañanera, pues aquí nos enteramos, ¿no? Ah, la prensa, sí. Miren.
Miren nomás.
This is how we made our work.
This is what others see. And it in their right to say what they got to say. The nerve of you to tell others how to manage. Supposedly, you're a chaotic nation. Well, we're seeing the scriptures come to life right in front of us. You know, I remember somebody said one time, the some people call it rapture, the end, whatever that thing is. The changes do become, or scripturally speaking, if you really think about, like, we're talking about spirituality here, okay? You know what I mean? I'll give an example of what I'm talking about before you guys go and assume that I'm just speaking out of without knowledge, okay? I might not be polished, but I do study this book, right? Because it matters to me. It matters to me and my family. At least I would like to think that. You know, my understanding is that it does matter to them. Let me see, where am I going? Mark or no, Mark. Yeah, here it goes right here. So this is the story about Meshiach healing the the man that has the demons. Okay, here's the interesting part. It says here. Where are you at? Okay. So then he's talking to the demon in this man. So he tells him here, Mark 5:8. For he said unto him, come out of the man, thou unclean spirit. And he asked him, what is thy name? And he answered, saying, my name is Legion, for we are many. And he besought him much that he would not send them away out of the country. Check this out. Let's slow down a bit. And he besought him much that he would not send them away out of the country. Now there was a great nigh unto the mountains, a great herd of swines. Now this is a demon saying that within himself, he's got many demons, many demons. And he says, do not destroy me. Remember it says, don't be afraid of them that destroy the, be afraid of them that can only destroy the flesh. No, what does it say? Don't be afraid of them that can only destroy the flesh, but be afraid of him that can destroy the flesh and the spirit. So here's the point. So this demon, who's carrying massive amount of demons, is telling him, do not destroy me. He's about to show why. Now there was there nigh unto the mountains a great herd of swine feeding. And all the devils besought him, saying, send us, now he switches, into the swine, that we may enter into them. And forthwith the Meshiach gave them leave, and the unclean spirits went out and entered into the swine. And the herd ran violently down a steep place into the sea. They were about 2,000 and were choked into the sea. Now, some of us are like, well, what the hell what was that for? Why would these demons say, hey, listen, put me in those damn pigs? Right after that, they go and commit suicide, basically, right? Why? Because of this. That's why I tell you, man, you are surrounded. We're surrounded by demons. That's a plain fact. And when you are an unclean spirit, meaning you are sinning, you're welcoming these spirits in your flesh. You're just like a pig. Check this out. Matthew 12:43. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man or a pig, he walketh through dry places seeking rest and findeth none. So now we know that this damn demon had many demons, told the Mashiach, listen, do not destroy this spirit of mine. Put me in these damn flesh right here. So then he goes in his flesh, right? So check this out. So this spirit right here, he leaves you, for example. Now he leaves you. And when the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, maybe this man repented, said, I'm sorry, God forgive me, help me. Who knows what the hell it was? He walketh through dry places seeking rest and finding none. Meaning now this unclean spirit is not welcome in this flesh anymore at this temporary moment. Kind of like, remember the Satan goes and tempts the Mashiach, and then he ends it with, and then, in seasons, he'll be back in his season, because that's what happens. So when you are not dealing with this evil, wicked, lusting spiritual issue, he kind of left you, or they. He's finding another place to rest. Then he said, I will return into my house. Well, that's a scary right there. That's some scary shit right there. I will return into my house. He didn't say somebody else. I will return into that guy's house. I'll return into, Joshua's house. No, he said, I will return into my house. Whatever that demon is. Now, this is the demon speaking, thinking, talking. This is the Mashiach explaining to us the parables of life. And he says, I will return into my house whence I came out. And whence he come, he find it empty, swept, and garnished. Now, he don't like what he sees now. So he wants to go back to his vomit again. Then he goeth and taketh with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself. And they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even it shall be also unto the wicked generation. So we talk about addiction in the past. We know how bad addiction can get. It's progressive. So we see, progressively speaking, these demons will destroy you. Now, if this demon or these demons leave a body, what are they doing? Where are they going? How are they so-called manifesting themselves? What people are they going into? So now, when we talk about these spirits, you know what I'm saying? Now we can kind of go back, set back. Now, remember I said that. I had that question in my mind. I'm like, bro, sometimes I wonder, what moves these people? So now we know that when there's sedition, when there's destruction, when there's anger, because I know you guys have felt it. We see it. 2 Ezra 15:16, for there shall be sedition among men, invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the curse of their actions shall stand in their power. A man shall desire to go into a city, and he shall not be able. For because of their pride, and the city shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and the men shall be afraid. Now, we know that these are spirits. Check this.
Ve la prensa. Está en la prensa.
As you guys are seeing people, you guys are seeing people. You guys are seeing people. You guys are seeing how can I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? Oh God, I can't even think straight right now. My head is hurting me. You guys are seeing people. We're seeing people like dealing with each other, pulling their shirts, dragging themselves. Yeah, we see it in the flesh, but then you don't really see. I'm looking at the spiritual side. I'm like, bro, anger is moving them, man. Anger is destroying them. Because you know what? I was feeling it. So I'm speaking from experience. Like I was feeling these demons. Here's why also I took a break, by the way, fam. Because my son was getting really affected. And in the last week, a lot has changed in his spirit because a lot of things that happened in the house. And right now, the demons aren't hurting him anymore because he was hurting himself. So that's why I come to the conclusion that we're in a world of demons. And it's our job to protect our mind, like the scriptures say, the helmet of salvation. But let's continue. You can just feel that anger, man. You can sense that anger, that demon that's surrounding them, bro. And I can imagine these demons like kind of laughing at at people, like you know what I mean? Like wicked laugh, man. Wicked laugh, man. Wicked laugh. Excuse me, I'm coughing.
Even if you live in a bubble, you can't stop workplace accidents.
Nada más para una idea. Eso es ayer. Entonces,
todo esto está ocurriendo por autorización de Joe Biden a reprimir
A ver.
As I started, thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for the heads up. As I started looking into these, taking notes in this class I wanted to put together, a couple brothers sent me some information, some very interesting information, and I took notice of it because everything that I've been reading, and by the way, appreciate you, bro. Like I kept singing this name right here, not just King Solomon, just Solomon. I kept singing Solomon. You know, I'm like, bro, interesting. Now we know that we've been studying some Freemasonry concepts and stuff like that, but it's all connected. It's not too far-fetched anymore. This is real stuff now. We can kind of say that, you know what, this is not too far-fetched because we got some history of Phoenicians. We know that so-called Christianity had a lot to do with the beginnings of these things. The Canaanites. We understand that now. We see, this is making sense. We know that the kings of Babylon, Canaanites, Phoenicians, Pharaohs, this is all historically, proven that there's a religious aspect to it. A very wicked aspect to it. Moloch, golden calf, El, Druids. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you see these things, like, now it's not as confusing. So then when you put together some of these things, I mean, we hear about Baal worship. We also hear about human sacrifice. We know of Nimrod, even though we ignored it. We're back to this. Tell me we're not. P. Diddy. I mean, it's shit. Some people bugged out by studying this right here. Yeah, some people bugged out. That's what I say. You can't look if you're not rooted and you're doing drugs, thinking that that's where the spirituality is. You're gonna get lost in the sauce. I want to point something out real quick since we're on this topic. Check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. You see here, this one here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. All right. But this one has 13. And we see some kind of connection. A star, and then a star. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, so we touched on this. I don't want you guys to forget this map. Yeah, don't forget this map. Now, again, I'm not saying go and dabble into these particular books. It's up to you guys what you guys want to read. But now that I'm like Solomon. So I have heard of this book before, the Testament of Solomon. I told you guys that my main focus is the Old, the Apocrypha, and the New. But every now and then, I'll maybe consider reading something that somebody suggests. Now, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because I was not talking to this brother at all. Not because I didn't want to. We were just, kind of missing each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'd call me, I'd call him. We just kind of miss each other. He'd text me, I'd text him, whatever. And out of nowhere, he sends me this. And it's literally about this topic. So let's read it. Okay? Because I don't think this is far-fetched anymore. So this is from the Testament of Solomon. And if you guys remember the book of Enoch that I showed you, here, matter of fact, let me show you guys. Let me show you something. Book of Enoch. I think I showed it to you. I don't know why I don't have the link anymore. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me go to the end. This is the end. This is the end. Hold on a second. Maybe it's here. It's way at the end, man. It's way at the end. Nah, bro, I can't even freaking find it. Dude, give me a second here. I'm trying to get it here. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second, family. I thought I had this already in my Yeah, I know it's in this chapter, man. Come on, bro. Why are you doing this? Okay, here we go. Let me just do this. I'll go back. The book of Enoch. Okay, here goes the book of Enoch. Oh, it's gonna put me there. Okay, so fine. I'll go here. I don't know my give me a second, man. I don't know my Roman numbers. What is that? Numbers. 104. All right, cool. So then let me go back. So if that's 104, 3, 2. There it goes. Let's see. What a nerd. You know what? Let me just say it. All right, my apologies. I don't want to lag on this, but in Enoch, it talks about how he's going to open up the books of joy. He's going to guide you guys. Da, 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 da. You know, I'll bring it up another day, but that's not here or there right now. Let me just read this. All right. So it says here. Now remember, we're talking about demons. We're talking about surrounding. We're talking about what we're dealing with now. Let's kind of go beyond this fleshly stuff that we see. We're seeing like anger, hatred, even between us, right? But what's moving us? Check this out. Again, it's called the Testament of Solomon, and this is number 14. It says, "And when I saw the prince of demons, I glorified the Lord, maker of heaven and earth. And I said, Blessed art thou, Lord God Almighty." Now, this is Solomon speaking to the Most High. So this is so far what I'm getting, okay? "Who has given to Solomon thy servant wisdom, the assessor of wise, and has subjected unto me all the powers of he that all unto me all the power of he devil. And I questioned him." No, I guess it's not. "And who art thou?" The demon replied. I'm sorry, this is the demon. "I am Beelzebub, the exart of the demons. And all the demons have their chief seat close to me." So this is Beelzebub talking about the power that he has over people. Over the demons. "And I, it is who makes manifest the apparitions of each demon. And he promised to bring me in bounds all the unclean spirits, and again glorified God of heaven and earth, as I do always give him thanks." So now, he's speaking again. Let me not lose you guys. "I then asked of the demon if there were females among them." So here's the interesting part. Here's where it gets interesting. "And when he told me that there were, I said that I desired to see them. So Beelzebul went off at high speed, brought unto me Onesculus, that had a very pretty shape, and the skin of a fair-hued woman," meaning a dark-skinned woman. "And she tossed her head. And when she was come, I said to her, Tell me, who art thou? But she said to me, I am called Onasculus, a spirit of wrath. Saptai Saturn." Do not forget this. Sabbath, Saptai, Shabbat, Saturn. So just to let y'all know, if you're using that word, be very careful. "Lurking upon the earth." So this woman is lurking upon the earth, a spirit, so to speak. "There is a golden calf where I lie." Where is the golden calf? Where is a golden calf? In America. Golden calf.
And then the harbingers appeared in America.
It's not the point. Point is, there's a golden calf. Where? In New York. See? Golden calf in New York City. Look at the parades. Supposedly. So I'm reading it. I'm like, okay, cool. This is kind of weird. There's lurking upon the earth. There's a golden calf where I lie, but I have a place that ever shifts. At one time I here goes. At one time, I strangled men with a noose. You see, remember, that's why I showed you guys the whole QAnon thing, spirituality and imagery. These things are not to walk over and ignore. A noose. What is so... Here in America, a noose is very popular. And you know what for. At another, I creep up from the nature of the arms and worms, but my most frequent dwelling places are the precipice, caves, ravens. Sometimes, however, I do consort with men in the semblance of a woman. Pay attention. And above all, with those of a dark skin. Now that was, to me, that was really crazy. For they share my star with me. For they share my star with me. Above all, with those of a dark skin. That to me was like, whoa. Now, since they is who privily and openly worship my star, who is going around showing right now, for example, what camps are showing their star? BHI camps. For they share my star with me. Since they is who privily and openly worship my star. You got Sakari, you got ISUPK. And obviously the other people. Without knowing that they harmed themselves, but they whet my appetite for further mischief. Damn. For they wish to provide money by means of memory. But I supply a little to those who worship me fairly. So when I started looking at like all of this, and I'm like, bro, this is crazy. Now it says here on number 19, let's just skip that. It says, and I said to her, under what star thou dost pass? And she answered me, under the star of the full moon. So we know now that there is a moon and a star dealing with arsenic. Under the star of the moon, for the reason that the moon travels among most things. And I said to her, and what angel is it that frustrates thee? Oh, no, hold on. And what angel is it that frustrates thee? And she said, he is in thee, for thee is reigning. And I thought that she mocked me and bade a soldier to strike her, but she cried aloud and said, I am subject to thee, O king, by the wisdom of God given to thee by the angel of Joel. So now it gets really interesting because here it mentions this here. Now I know the brother that sent me this, he wasn't aware of this, but I tripped out on it because here, check this out. So then it says here, and I at once bade another demon to be led unto me, and instantly there approached me a demon, Asmodeus, bound, and I asked him, who art thou? But he shot me a glance of anger and rage and said, who art thou? Like he's like, you asking me? And he said to him, thus punished as thou art, answerest thou me. But he with rage said to me, but how shall I answer thee? For thou art a son of man, whereas I was born an angel seed by a daughter of a man, so that no word of our heavenly kind addressed to the earthborn can be overseen. So now we're seeing this guy talking back to Solomon, so to speak. But see, I'm not so much interested in this whole conversation. You know, you can find out if you guys want what this is talking about. But this right here, this thing right here, that caught my attention. That caught my attention because as I was kind of going over some notes, I remember this video. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see where you at. Maybe I'm going to use it this way. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get it this way. The video, man. Hold on. Let me see.
Named George Adamski. Adamski papers, they were all published, and one of them.
Hold on.
Touch point.
No, that's not it. Maybe this one.
Knew about exotic craft,
Let me see. trying to look for a video that this guy did, and I think it's this one.
The second sort of famous episode is that of Billy Meyer.
There it goes right here. That's it. This is it. Okay, hold on. Let me just save it real quick. All right, so check this out. We read that name, right? We read it. So this is what was. I was like, wow, this is a trip. This is a trip. Read here. All right, we read here. Asmodeus. Okay, this is not a joke. So now there's a conversation. Now, again, the whole point of this class here is to show you that we're surrounded by this stuff, man. No matter where you turn, so you got to be very mindful what you're doing, what you're thinking, the things that you're saying. You know what I mean? What you're celebrating. Like all of this stuff matters, man. Yeah, that's right. It says it's exposing the here. Let me go. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm kind of getting into it here. My bad. Amos 5:26. But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch and him your images, the star of your God, which ye have made to yourselves. That's for sure, bro. The tree is known by its fruits. People behave like whomever they worship. That's very true. Moloch is Saturn by another name as a god of money. He emphasizes the materialism of Saturn, the god of money. Moloch, the god of money, right? Let me see. Moloch, the god of money. Is that true? Oh, wow. Save that. Hold on a second. Let's move on real quick. Let me not forget this here, because this has to do with a scripture that I have over here, which, let's see. This is beautiful, bro. Perfect. We're moving along, man. We're moving along. Moving along. We don't miss a beat. Don't miss a beat. All right, here we go. Here's the video. So let me finish. As a god of money, he emphasizes the materialism of Saturn. More grotesquely, he is known as the god who demanded child sacrifice consumed by a furnace insatiably. Now, it's very true when you're talking about what this guy's asking for. So let's watch this real quick. This is a trip. Watch this.
Sort of famous episode is that of Billy Meyer. This actually happened in Switzerland, but it's gotten a lot of traffic in the wider UFO community and over here as well, because Meyer was the guy whose pictures, again, alleged pictures of alien craft, wound up on the cover of National Enquirer and other things like that. And they looked really spectacular. It's kind of a case of that looks too good to be true. Meyer was supposedly contacted by a female alien, of who, of course, was good looking. And her name was Semjaza, S-E-M-J-A-S-E. That is strikingly close to the Shemyaza with a Y, or the Shemchaza of First Enoch, who is a demon.
See? You see what I mean? Now you see what I'm saying. He, in Shemyaza, is in Enoch as well. And then when you go up and you look at what this demon does, Beelzebub, how he controls other demons, and he has, hey, do you have other demons that are women? Yeah. So it says here in 16. I asked of the demons if there were females among them, and he told me that there were. I said that I desired to see them. So Beelzebub went off at high speed and brought unto me Onusculus. Now, at high speed, that's like that Marvel comic shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Be careful. And brought unto me Onusculus that had a very pretty shape, the skin of a fair-hued woman, and she tossed her head. I don't know what that means. So it just gets very, very interestingly tricky. Because the deeper you go into these things, the more it starts to make sense. So now, let me show you this real quick. This is from a book called The Gods of... The Return of the Gods. Okay? We're going to go to page 61 real quick. It's called The Return of the Gods. The New York Times best-selling author. Interesting book. Let's go skip all this here real quick. So on page 61, based on this here, okay? Chapter 12, it says, the molten beast. Baal was a good... Oh, hold on. Let me make it big. Check this out. Let's read. Baal was the god of prosperity. You see what I mean? You were right, bro. You were 100% correct. The god of prosperity. As the Lord of rains and fertility, he represented increase, gain, and profit. You know, the whole prosperity, Christian prosperity teaching, like that dude, Joel Osteen, that's what he's teaching you. So that's why when the initial video said, listen, man, family, I'm telling you, man, it's like 2 Israel 7 says, water on the left side, fire on the other, man. It's like, you just need to be very careful. This is no time to play no more. Because there's a lot of people that are going to mislead you. The belief that he could bring fruitfulness to one's field and vineyard was among the strongest of his appeal and weapons in his battle against the God of Israel. Woo! Damn. American Idols. The lure of Baal had always been a present danger in American culture. For any nation so blessed with material prosperity as was America, there would always be the risk that its prosperity would become an idol, that it would turn the God of increase and gain. That's always what it's been. But with America's departure from God in the late 20th century, the spirit of Baal became ascendant. Well, no, it's always had it. Look back at 1776, dummies. Unlike the ancient apostasy, the spirit would not be centered on the fruit and yields of the earth, but on their modern equivalents. Let me skip that. The spirit of Baal could not be contained in the halls of business. It was everywhere. America pursued money, served money, were driven by money, and worshiped money as much as the ancients had worshipped their idols. American life became increasingly monetized. The spirit of Baal even went to church. As in ancient times when Baal worship was added to the worship of God, so now the doctrines of Baal, the pursuit of material prosperity, personal gain, and success above all things, invaded the sanctuary. So what could have been a protection antidote against the invasion was compromised. I mean, we're seeing it with P. Diddy and what's his name? T.D. Jakes. All these priests, black and white. Baal was typically portrayed as a bearded, helmet figure holding a spear of lightning in his upright hand. Some of his images show the horns of a bull coming up from the head in his helmet. Baal's preeminent symbol was the bull. You see that? The bull. The bull embodied his power and his connection to fertility. So his idols came in the form of the helmeted man, but also in the form of a bull of metal and clay. Now we see some movies where they have a helmeted man with horns. We saw them. Matter of fact, that's in those Marvel movies. It was America's financial realm, and in particular, its stock market, and more in particular, Wall Street, that epitomized the unadulterated pursuit of money. Now, remember this right here? Where did she say she was at? She said on 17, and then when she was come, I said to her, tell me who art thou? But she said to me, I am called Anascalius, a spirit of wrath, Saptai, Saturn, lurking upon the earth. There is a golden calf where I lie. It was America's financial realm, and in particular, a stock market. That's where the golden calf lies. And more in particular, Wall Street. I told you. They epitomized the uneducated, the unadulterated pursuit of money. It was there that the spirit of Baal, as is related to the nation's yield and prosperity, was clearly manifested. The prosperity of the stock market had long been tied to the prosperity of America as a whole. It was therefore striking that the symbol that had come to embody the prosperity of the stock market in America was the bull. Damn. It's a heavy stuff, man. So now, when we talk about the bull and we talk about, these particular things here, check this out. The abomination of God. Then Solomon built a high place of Shemosh for the abomination of Moab on the hill that is east of Jerusalem. For Molech, the abomination of the people of Ammon, or Ammon, however you say his name. Eastern religions. Give me a second. I'll find it later. I want to show you something. Interesting video. Let me see. Check this out.
But while the north is an excluded territory, the east is the place of light and is to be revered. Mr. Hutchins tells his readers why that is so. Quote, the east, the source of light and thus knowledge, unquote. Albert Mackey quotes Etienne Francois Bazat, a French Masonic writer, in his encyclopedia. Quote, the veneration which the Masons have for the East bears a relation to the primitive religion whose first degeneration was sun worship, unquote. Rex Hutchins then tells his readers that the Masons deploy lights around the lodge room during the initiation ceremony for the 25th degree, called the Night of the Sun, and he writes, quote, the ceiling should be decorated to represent the heavens with the moon, the principal planets and the constellations Taurus and Orion. A single powerful light, a great globe of glass representing the sun, is in the south. In a physical sense, the greater light comes from the sun, and the transparencies provide lesser light. Symbolically, the sun, or great light, is the truth, and the lesser lights are man's symbolic representation of truth, unquote. Mr. Mackey further discusses this rite of circumambulation, as he calls it, in his encyclopedia. He says that the rite, quote, exists in Freemasonry. The people always walked 3 times round the altar while singing a sacred hymn. In making this procession, great care was taken to move in imitation of the course of the sun, unquote. He then assisted the reader with understanding this practice in the Masonic temples. Quote, this rite of circumambulation undoubtedly refers to the doctrine of sun worship, unquote. However, in another of the books that he wrote, Mr. Mackey directly states that the rite is connected to sun worship. This is what he wrote in a book entitled Manual of the Lodge. Quote, the circumambulation among the pagan nations referred to the great doctrines of Sabaism or sun worship, unquote. Sabaism is defined by Mr. Mackey in his encyclopedia as, quote, Sabaism, the worship of the sun, moon, and stars, the host of heaven. It was practiced in Persia, Chaldea, India, and other Oriental countries at an early period in the world's history, unquote. He then added this rather cryptic comment, quote, and although the dogma of sun worship does not, of course, exist in Freemasonry, we find an allusion to it in the rite of circumambulation, which it preserves, unquote. Now one can understand what Mr. Mackey meant by that comment. The Masons do not worship the sun. They worship the sun, with a capital S. So he was telling the truth, but concealing it in a symbolic language, for he wrote sun with a small s. You have to understand the symbology of the mystery schools, or you will never understand anything, dear listeners. Mr. Hutchins then volunteered the information that in the 12th of the 32 degrees, the rite of circumambulation is preserved, and he writes, quote, in all the Scottish rite degrees thus far, the candidate has made 21 prescribed circuits around the altar. This degree adds 7 for a total of 28. And this practice, called circumambulation, is derived from the ancients and existed among the Romans, Semites, Hindus, and others. It is thought to have been a rite of purification. The sun was believed to travel around the earth. The initiates imitated the movement of the sun when they made circuits around the altar, unquote. Furthermore, dear listeners, in the 9th degree, other symbols of the sun are involved in the ceremony, and Mr. Hutchins tells his readers, quote, after the obligation is taken, the 9 candles of yellow wax are lit. Yellow is representative of the sun, hence light and knowledge. In the 10th degree, further symbols representing the sun are utilized according to this author. Quote, there are 3 sets of 5 lights.
And it gets even more interesting. Sabiism, he says, right? Sabiism. This is on page 107 of a book called A New Revised Edition of an Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and its kindreds, sciences, compromising the whole range of arts and science and literature, yada, 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 yada. Okay? So again, we're looking for the word Sabiism. Sabiism, right? See it right there a few times. Fire worship in one case. So let's just kind of read it real quick and kind of see what this means. Sabiism, or the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. You see, one of the earliest deviations. When we see now that people started deviating from the true knowledge and understanding of the Most High. Now, scripturally speaking, I think we're being told not to do this, right? Didn't he say it, I think, in Deuteronomy 17? Yeah, I'm going to touch it soon. I do have it written down. So let's read. Sabiism, or the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. So again, if you're, look, whatever star you got, man, you got to really wonder, like, what the hell are you doing? You got stars associated with Beelzebub, which is associated with Canaanites, which is associated with Baal. You telling me you still want to be represented by a star, whether it's 5 or 6 or 7 or 8? Star is a star, regardless of how you see it. Sabiism, the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. One of its causes was the universally established doctrine among the idolatrous nations of antiquity that each star was animated by the soul of a hero god who had once dwelt incarnate upon earth. Hence, in the hieroglyphical system, the star denoted a god. To this signification, allusions is made by the prophet Amos. Here he goes. Hello. When he says to the Israelites while reproaching them for the idolatrous habits, but ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, the Cheam, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. This idolatry was early learned by the Israelites from their Egyptian taskmasters, and so unwilling they were to abandon it, that Moses found it necessary strictly to forbid the worship of anything that is in heaven above. Deuteronomy 17, might as well just go with it now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, might as well just go with it and read it. You know, apparently we need to educate ourselves once more. Apparently we do. Deuteronomy 17:2, if there be among you within any of the gates with the Lord thy God, here, let me just read it in a simple form. Suppose that you hear that in one of your towns some man or woman have sinned against the Lord and broken his covenant by worshiping and serving other gods, or the sun, or the moon, or the stars. This idolatry was early learned by the Israelites. We know this now. Moses found it necessary strictly to forbid the worship of anything that is in the heaven above, notwithstanding which we find the Jews repeatedly committing the sin which had been so expressly forbidden. Saturn, remember Sabtai, Saturn, remember I told you guys that, was the star to whose worship they were more particularly addicted under the names of Moloch and Cheam, already mentioned in the passage quoted from Amos. So again, when you're saying you're celebrating Sabbath, you're celebrating Shabbat, you're you know what I mean? Like that's what you're celebrating. You're saying Saturn. I don't know if you guys are thinking this. everything matters. The planet Saturn was worshipped under the name of Moloch, Milcom by the Ammonites, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, then the Carthaginians, and under that of the Chiam by the Israelites in the desert. Oh, I got you, sis. Don't worry, I got you. That's in here. That's in here too. Saturn was the worship among the Egyptians under the name of Riapham, and it is called in the Septuagint Rephaim. And Stephen, quoting the passage of Amos, says, "Ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch, the star of your god Rephaim." Acts 7, right? I think your brother had showed it. It's Acts 7:43. We see it right here. That's why I didn't read it, bro, because I saw it coming. Hey, I play chess, man. I play chess, bro. You know what I'm saying? As I'm presenting, my mind's thinking ahead already. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's how it works. You know, thank God I can think. So now we see this Sabiism it is real. So now check this out. Maimonides thinks that when the Lord ordered Moses to tell the people that he sent him, he did not mean that he should not only mention his name. For if they were already acquainted with it, he told them nothing new, and if they were not. So in those times, Sabiism being the predominant religion, almost all men were idolaters. Maimonides, you guys need to look him up. Again, I'm showing you what I found, and you guys decide what applies to you. If you want to keep calling these people tu gente, way, pues you keep calling them your gente. The Kabbalist says that, so to speak, the Kabbalist says that Ehi is the crown or the highest of the Sifroth, and that is in the name that was written in, and that is the name that was hidden in the most sacred places of the tabernacle, meaning the name of the Most High. The name of the Most High. Show you. Let me show you again. That right there. That is a Sifroth. You don't want to know? Sit for watch. See? That is a Sifroth. This is a Sifroth. Right here. Okay? That's the Sifroth. So you're talking about Kabbalah, you're talking about Talmudist, okay? You're also talking about Sabbatites, Mohammedies, Sabiism, fire worship. Fire worship, of all the ancient religions, fire worship was one of the earliest next to Sabiism. And even of it, this seems only to have been a development. As was the Sabiist, the sun was deemed the universal fire. Darius. You know what that is. Sabiism again. Check this out. It's gonna connect that a little bit. As to those who seek for the astronomical interpretation of the legend in which the annual changes of the sun are symbolized, while the ingenuity with which they press their argument cannot be but be admired, it is evident that by such an interpretation they yield all that masonry has gained of religious developments in the past age, and fall back upon the corruptions and perversions of Sabiism, from which it was the object, even of the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, to rescue its disciples. Now, the reason why it gets even more interesting is because we're just getting started. We are just getting started. And check this out. So now let's look into some things here real quick. Genesis 14 and 5. Remember this. 14 and 5 says, and on the 14th year, Shadal Li Amor and his allies. Let me read it this way. I'm not used to it this way. And in the 14th year came Chedol Lemor and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashereth Karneum, and in the Zizums in Ham, and the Imims in Shabbath Kirathaim. So now, here's where it got interesting. This right here. But it was the way that it was together. So let me do this. Let's go to Genesis 14, 5. And I'm going to point this out to y'all. It's a trip. So we have Ashtoreth, right? We know the concordance. Let's listen to it real quick.
Strong's H 6255. Ashtaroth Karnaim. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
So he says it together. It's not separate. All right. So now check this out. The concordance is H 6255. So Asteroid Karnaim, Astaroth of the two horns or peaks. I'm like, oh. Two horns or peaks. That reminded me of something a brother has sent to me. I think I still may have it. Give me a second, family. The brother sent this to me. I had it, and I just remembered. And the reason why I wanted to include it was because it was a song. And I didn't think that. I mean, you know, I thought it was. I just like it connected to what I was actually reading. Let me see if I can find it. My brother sent it over to me. Give me a second. Hold on. Bear with me, family. This is interesting because when I read this, and I might have lost it, to be honest. But it was a song. Let me see. No, it's not it. It was a song. Man, maybe I won't get it. Well, it was a song, and in this song, it was in their language. And it had the star. It had two peaks. Oh, man. God, I wish I would have not lost that link. I think it would have really... I don't know what... Let me see. Maybe I do have... Hold on. Let me go back here. I'm not going to get obsessed about it either. If I can't find it, I can't find it. You know what I'm saying? Just going to move on. But I think it's in here. Okay? Let's see. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. And if it's not, I'm just going to simply move on. So give me a second. Where are you? I'm going to put it in this link. No. Nope. Well, if I cannot find it, be for another time. But I just thought it was so an interesting point because, technically I have to come up here anyway, so. Give me a second. Let me see. I know it was up here. It's just interesting, family. I mean, I'd hate to, kind of slow down on this, but like it connects, man. It's like I tripped out on it. I was like, whoa, that's a trip. It's a real trip. Can't believe it actually goes with what I was studying. And if not, then let's just go, man. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up. Let's see if we got it here. Great. If we don't, we move on. That's not it. Tampoco. Menos. Is this it? No. That's the Odyssey one. One of our brothers, Rick, if he's watching, maybe he's not. He'll probably catch it later. Here it goes. Here it goes right here. So check this out. I'm so thank you, Father. Oh man, I'm so thankful I found it. So I'm like, here, let's read it again, right? Watch.
Strong's H 6255.
So check this out, all right?
Ashtaroth Karnaim. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
That's the Rot Karnaim. Now it's not just Astaroth, it's Ashtaroth Karnaim, and it says Ashtaroth of the two horns or peaks. Two horns or peaks. Now we also know and understand. We've seen the star and we've seen the moon, and we, you know what I mean? Like we know now what all of these things mean, right? Like you can't deny this stuff no more. It's clearly in our face. So look, it says Ashtaroth, the pronunciation, right? Now this is just
Strong's H 6252. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
It says it again.
Ashtaroth Karnaim.
So now it's identifying Astaroth as a star, right? False goddess in Canaanite religion, usually related to fertility god, right? We see this here. Now we also see Astaroth, the name of Zidonian deity, in a place of east of Jordan. East. It always talks about the east. That's why they worship the east, in the sense, not the land, the east. Who explains name as Ashtaroth of the two-peaked mountains. The two-peaked mountains. So then when this brother sends me this video, I tripped out on it. So check it out. Let me kind of read it to you guys. It says, go after her, right? Let me, hold on. It says here, the skies are blue where she lives, right? The skies are blue where she lives. I'm like, okay. Where is this going? The skies are blue where she lives. Hashamayim Behirim Bitch Shotecha, whatever that means. All right, let's listen in. Again, it's saying she plants dreams in her fertile lands. Now we're talking about a fertility god, right? I mean, unless I'm wrong. My understanding is that from what we've been reading, that there's such a thing as a fertility god, and it relates to Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Canaanites. Give me a second. I text you. Read my text. Bye. Yeah, please. Bye. So we see here, it's talking about a woman. We see now that there's a thing about these gods or goddesses. It's mostly related to a woman. At the end of the day, we see Revelation is talking about a woman, a Babylon, a woman. But see, it's not just a country, it's a spirit behind it. Remember what I said initially. What is moving people to think this way and move this way and act this way? Let's continue. So now it says fresh air blows at the windows of the soul. All right, whatever that means. So then now, all right, so then now check this out. Water in motion that does not slow. Okay, let's go.
תרגיש שלווה תבוא לך אם תעצור להתבונן תרשה לאהבה
Allow love to open for you. Watch this manifestation in the background right here. All right, let's go.
מקלט חשוך
A dark refuge protected nuke. Okay, let's go.
צר מגן כפות ידיו ירים הילד שבפנים איתך הוא מבקש עכשיו להתחבק פה כל הזמן חיכיתי לא אני לא בכיתי אולי לבד בשקט כשהגרון חונק
All right, now, what the hell is that right there? Why the imagery of two buildings? Who explains names as Arsareth of the two peaked mountains? Now, we know that she is a star, a Canaanite religious fertility cult. It says the fertile land. Continue. Now, two clouds come together, turn into something, and then all of a sudden turns into something else. Let's go. What in the world are we just looking at right now? We know from reading, from, different examples, what this is. The god of Molech is known for having two horns. Two horns. Like a U. How are you, even considering it? You go from a peak mountain, literally turning into a moon, and then you turn into a crescent. Explain this to me. How is this possible? Why are we overlooking these things? Look at this right here. Look at that. I mean, what's the point of having that? So now water is lifting it up to the sky? You know what I mean? Now, look who this is. These are the people that call you goyams. Okay? Remember, this is not something to overlook. Now, I was thinking man, bro, what the? And he sent me, just like the brother was telling me, and he sent me this right around the time I was doing my notes again. Again, it was all part of the notes. Double horn. Asterisk carneum. Now we know that these gods or goddesses are back here again. I should have kept it up, but matter of fact, let's go to this one. Shoot. Now that we're on the subject, check this out. Genesis 11:4. So I want to point this out too because I remembered that other one, that other link. What was it? Which was it? Is this one? Can't remember what it was, to be honest. But remember this. Let's go here. Where are you, bro? Okay. Genesis 4:11. It says here, and they said, go to, let us build a city. This is where, the Tower of Babel, the confusion, right? So here's where they're all getting together. It says here, and they said, go to, let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered upon the faces of the earth, of the whole earth. I'm sorry, a name. We were reading earlier the importance of that. H8034. Name. But look at how it's pronounced.
Strong's H8034. Shame. Shame.
So are you telling me that these people, when they went and tried to make a name for themselves, that ended up being a shame for themselves? I think so. So we know now that these people, these things, these other nations are going to want to make a name for themselves to imply that they're the ones with honor and authority and character and good rapport. Right? With high regard. A name for themselves. And this is in the time when we know who was making these mountains. We know this was Nimrod. The time of Nimrod. Right? Okay, so now let's kind of take a step back from the beginning. As you guys recall, I had showed you the diadem. This right here. This video. I'm going to see if I can show you guys real quick. This one right here. Remember this? Hold on.
You're going to learn
this right here. Right here. Crowns, diadems, G1238. Okay? So let me get rid of this window here. Let me bring you guys back to this other window. So now let's read this here real quick. Come on, bro. Open up. Give me a second. Okay, so now check this out. Let's read on this. Revelation 13. I had brought this up before in the other class. Let's bring this up again. It says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns. 7 heads, 10 horns. 7 heads, 10 horns. Right? Now, we think that these 7 heads, 10 horns is this too. Right? Let me see something. That's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. Give me a second here. Let me read it again. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his horns, 10 crowns. And upon his head, the name of blasphemy, 10 crowns. So let's tackle this first. So I looked up the word crown in several ways, and it means a couple different things. Crown. But then I looked up the word crowns. Crowns, like crowns, you know? And it's this right here. Watch this.
Strong's G 1238. Diadema. Diadema.
Diadema, diadema, right? Diadem. But watch this. A blue band marked with white, which Persians kings used to bind on the turban or tiara. Blue, white. Watch this. Blue, white kippah. Bam. So then I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. These crowns on these heads, these crowns are going to be representing that particular beast. So these 10 heads are going to have these 10 crowns right here. So now I'm like, okay, now this gets a little bit more, even more interesting. But I thought it was like, power. Now we're seeing, yeah, there is a spiritual aspect to this. Check this out. Check this out.
Our privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
I want to thank you, Democrats and Republicans, for your common support for Israel, year after year, decade after decade. No matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel. And I will always be grateful to President Obama for that support. This Capitol Dome helped build our Iron Dome. My country, Israel, the one and only Jewish state. If Iran wants to be treated like a normal country, let it act like a normal country. I know that America stands with Israel. I know that you stand with Israel. God bless the United States of America.
America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. This is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly. Benjamin Netanyahu, Jerusalem, 1990.
Tyler?
Who's Tyler?
Seth, it's Saturday. Tyler's my Shabbos goy.
Wow. It's beautiful. Can we have Tyler preheat the oven before he leaves?
Already done. Wow. That's some goy.
And I'll tell you something else. I was in Israel right before the pandemic, and as I was walking down the street, when people knew I was American, they would say to me, make sure you keep Trump. And one more quick story, and then I got some more questions for you, is that the yarmulkes on your head, they're selling Trump ones everywhere in Israel before the election.
That's right.
Just as
I heard that.
Oh, I got some. I got a few in my house. And I actually said to one of the vendors, I said, excuse me, this was just as a joke. I said, do you guys sell the Biden ones also? And they just laughed. They just laughed, and they thought it was hysterical because they said, no, we don't want that guy in office. Mr. President.
Well, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And today it's almost the opposite. You have between AOC and Omar and these people that hate Israel. They hate it with a passion. They're controlling Congress, and Israel is not a force in Congress anymore.
Letters of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, it says, beware, therefore, that ye in no wise be like to strangers, neither be ye and of them, when you see the multitude before them and behind them, worship them. Basically, don't be like these fools because everybody is following them. Because you want to fit in. Because you have a narrative behind this. And I'm going to show you something, family, because you can't have one without the other, fam. That's a fact. You can't say some people are your hint and then the other. No. You can't slice the dice in this particular case. Not at all. So now, I read this, the Revelation 13:1, and why I bring this up in these points is because, check this out. Let me go touch it again and then keep the other page. Revelation 13:1, it says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy." Revelation 2:9, it says here, "And I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich," like the sister had said. "And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan." Now we know everything that represents the opposite of the Most High is of this. We know stars are not of the Most High. We know that. Revelation 12:1, "And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars." Now they go and say, "Oh my God, look, that's the Virgin Mary." No, that's not it. It's not it. That's not it at all. But they are mimicking. This is why you see like the examples of the character Sophia. That's why it's important to be mindful. Be mindful of these things. Let me go back to it real quick. So now I want to show you something. So we talked about a name. We said that we read that these demons would have crowns, many heads, right? But if you really think about it, it says here 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon the horns 10 crowns. So there's 10 horns, 7 heads. Make a name for themselves. And then we know that this particular person here, I think it's 17. Yeah. Revelation 17:5. "And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Great, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of the harlots and the abomination of the earth." And this is a woman full of names of blasphemy. 7 heads and 10 horns. Revelation 7:3. Right? So now, I showed you guys this over here. I went over many, many pictures. I'm going to show you the pictures once more. This is it. Let's see. There it goes right here. This right here. Right? A lot of this 10 Sephiroth of nothingness. 10, not 9. 10, not 11. The tradition of enumerating 10 is stated in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10. Okay. Now, I know that you guys have heard, and we've heard before, it's nations. It's nations. Yeah, possibly. You could interpret it that way too. You could. Nothing wrong with interpreting it that way. Check this out. Now, we know that this would still be happening. Vision of Ezekiel, chapter 8, verse 15. Watch what it says. It says, and then said he unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than this. And he brought me into the corner of the courts of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east. Remember the video? The veneration for the east worship. All of this matters. Remember?
But while the north is an excluded territory, the east is the place of light and is to be revered. Mr. Hutchins tells his readers why that is so. Quote, the east, the source of light and thus knowledge, unquote. Albert Mackey quotes Etienne Francois Bazat, a French Masonic writer, in his encyclopedia. Quote, the veneration which the Masons have for the East bears a relation to the primitive religion whose first degeneration was sun worship, unquote. Rex Hutchins then tells his readers that the Masons deploy lights around the lodge room during the initiation ceremony for the 25th degree, called the Night of the Sun, and he writes, quote, the ceiling should be decorated to represent the heavens with the moon, the principal planets and the constellations Taurus and Orion. A single powerful light, a great globe of glass representing the sun, is in the south. In a physical sense, the greater light comes from the sun, and the transparencies provide lesser light. Symbolically, the sun, or great light, is the truth.
So he says the sun, the great light, is the truth. And he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, Ezekiel 8:16. And behold, the door of the temple of the Lord between the porch and the altar were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their faces towards the east. And they worshiped the sun towards the east. And he said unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? It is a light thing that to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here. For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And lo, they put the branch to their nose. Now, when I read that, some people were like, oh, they put the branch to their nose. No, check this out. Check this out. Let me show you something. Put the branch to their nose, right? So you think that's what it means? Think again. Check this out. Branch to their nose. I think it's this one. Hold on. Or is it the bottom one? Let's see if I can find it here differently. $8.17. Give me a second. The twig. Donation. Countenance, forehead. Anger, countenance, face, forehead, nostril. I thought I found something different. Oh well, I'll move on. I guess I don't have it. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. It's no big deal. Okay, let's go back to this right here. Ezekiel 18. Ezekiel 16, I'm sorry. And he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, and their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their face towards the east, and they worshiped the sun towards the east, which is what we keep seeing. Worshiping of the sun. Now we see some characteristics of some of these people. And some of these people want to be like the Most High, right? We constantly see the scriptures telling us. And in that wishful thinking, the Most High put them in derision, right? We know that. Isaiah 37, 23 and 24. It says here, Whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? Once again, we see blasphemy. Them that are Jews, that claim they are Jews but are not. And against whom hast thou exalted thy voice and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel? Once again, trying to be somebody they're not. By thy servants hast thou reproached the Lord, and hast thou said, by the multitude of my chariots I am come up to the heights of the mountains. You see the two peaks, right? To the sides of Lebanon. I will cut down the tall cedars thereof and the choice fir trees thereof. I will enter into the heights of his borders in the forest of Carmel. We see somebody here trying to exalt themselves, right? Trying to be like the Most High. Isaiah 47:8. And it says, therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that said in thy heart or thy mind, I am, and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, a woman. Neither shall I know the loss of children, because we know, and you guys, in case you don't know this, gente, the story about La Llorona is not what we were told. It's actually, she's yearning for her children that died in the slaughter of 1492 and furthermore. That's what the Llorona story is really about. The spirit of the Mexicas cry all over the land, and she's crying for her children, which is the Llorona story, which is technically the story of Jerusalem. She's crying for her children. Same thing, concept here. That's why she says, this wicked woman, I shall not sit as a widow, unlike Israel, like the woman. She sits as a widow because her children, her husband died, right? Neither shall I know the loss of children. This is the attitude of this nation. Where else do we see it? 2 Thessalonians 2:4. Who opposed and exalted himself above all that is called God or that is worship, that he or she or androgynous, whatever, right? He, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he or she is God. From the beginning, right? Genesis 3:5. And God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. So we see from the beginning, somebody's trying to infiltrate to be gods. You see, they can't spiritually be gods themselves, but they can go into our spirit and act and make you think that you are. And you worship them. So you're worshiping yourself, almost in a sense. And ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Because these people, these things are like, come on, you think about it, man. So now you worship yourself, you love yourself so much. Well, guess where we're at now? Romans 24. Like the sister had said, wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts. Now you God, now you are who you want to be. Now men are women and women are men. Right? Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to the sound of their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie and worshiped and served the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Salah. For this cause God gave them up to vile affection, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And we're seeing it now. We saw it then, because this was the worshiping of Diana, Osterith, Venus, all that whole concept all over again. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of women, burning their lust one towards another, men with men working that which is unseemly and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat. Matthew 2:18, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children would not be comforted because they are not. If you read, I think it's 2nd Ezra or Sirach. 2nd Ezra 10. Oh, that's not. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. You guys get a chance, read it. It's interesting. 2nd Ezra is, hold on. I don't think I have it, man. Shit, I lost it. Probably Sirach. Hmm. Give me a second. If you can find it, bro, that would really help, to be honest with you. Right now, okay. Maybe I did miss it. There it goes right here. Second Esdras 10. Yeah, it was in Second Esdras 10. So it says here, as you can see, I'll just kind of get to it. Second Esdras 10:24. And therefore, shake off that great heaviness and put away the multitude of sorrows, that the mighty may be merciful unto thee again. And the high shall give thee rest and cease from thy labor. And it came to pass that while I was talking with her, behold, her face upon a sudden shine exceedingly, and her countenance glistered, so that I was afraid of her and mused what it might be. And behold, suddenly she made a great cry, very fearful, so that the earth shook at the noise of the woman. And I looked, and behold, the woman appeared unto me no more, but there was a city builded in a large place, showed itself from the foundations. Then I was afraid and cried with a loud voice. Right? So now he's crying to the angel. So now it says here, verse 44, it says here, verse 43, and whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is the solution. This woman, La Llorona, whom thou sawest in Zion, La Llorona, whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest as is a city builded, whereas I say she said unto thee that she had been 30 years barren, those are the 30 years wherein she was no offering made unto her. Right? So it's taken right here, it's saying that she is that woman. Let me go back a little bit. Verse 40, this therefore is the meaning of the vision which thou latest sawest. Thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. But now seest thou the likeness of the woman no more. But there appeared unto thee a city builded. And whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is the solution. This woman whom thou sawest is Zion. And she's the one mourning for her people. Right? She's the one mourning for her people. Let me read that real quick, sis. Jeremiah 31. I haven't read that in a while. I honestly don't know what's in there. Jeremiah 31:15. It says here, thus say the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah. Oh, that's right. Lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children. Refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Hey, that's true. And that's our story. But they twisted it around. So you see, we're in this book all over the place, whether it's through food, through clothing, through folk tale, you know what I'm saying? Through curses. And also through what we don't do. Because this is not of us right here. This is not of us. Not of us whatsoever. So now we can see that this woman is not the same woman that they're talking about. These people here, I don't know what to, hey, listen, man. Maybe I don't know. You guys decide. This is what I found. You guys decide. I'm not going to put words in your mouths. Y'all decide, man. Watch this real quick.
And I've always believed that is mentally ill through genetics, possibly inbreeding, most likely. And also, it's a congenital situation when it comes to the genes. Or maybe most are born mentally ill. Now, that doesn't mean that they cannot function in other areas, and they cannot function even at a high level, obviously.
I had to be somewhat discreet, I guess you could say. Sorry about the echo. But I had to kind of be a little discreet there. So we see here goddess in the spotlight. Once again, we see stars in a sense. 2, 4, 6, 8. Ashereth, the god of the early Israelites, supposedly. Queen Jezebel, right? Ashereth talks about 1 Kings 18. They interpret the Ashereth as their wooden poles, cult objects from Baal worship or the groves of trees. See this? Unquestionably, the Ashereth where usually wooden. They stood upright, often beside altars, along with stone pillars. Stone pillars. So this is a old tradition. It's still here. It is still here. This is not relatively new, family. You see how they draw these gods with their wingers hanging out? Now, this is a bull, by the way. This is not a cow. So you're not feeding that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a god of fertility, a Christmas god, a lion god, the two horns god. Just kind of going through it real quick. Now, well, let's see something real quick. I want to show you this. I might have missed it. The branch, the twig, vine worship, sun worship. Twig of a strange one, a strange god, figurative of idolatrous cult adopted by Israel. So that's what I was trying to point out. That they put the branch to their nose is technically used in idolatry worship, right? Idolatry worship. So it says, and lo, they put the branch to their nose, referring to the Persian custom of worshiping the rising sun. You see that? They put the branch to their nose. It had nothing to do with smoking pot, you dumbasses. It's talking about worshiping the rising sun. Holding in their left hand a bundle of twigs and the plant called barsum. But Canaan's going to try to find their own understanding, I guess. And they're like, hey, look, this guy's showing you can't smoke pot. I'm not saying you can or can't. I'm just saying that's on your shit. I'm not here to tell you guys what to do. Yeah, you got to respect medicine. That's all I got to say. I mean, should they use, what is it? Not heroin. What kind of drug do they use to put you to sleep to surgery? So, got to respect plants, man. Got to make sure that they're properly used, not used for incorrect things. Let me show you this real quick. Now, we talked about that already. So now check this out. I thought this to be very interesting. I don't think I'm going to where you at? Is this one? Let me see. Okay. So check this out. I'm going to show this to you. We know that in Acts 43, 743, it talked about star. We also know in Zephaniah it talked about that too, right? So I want to show you a variety of pictures. And we'll kind of go through them real quickly. I'm going to point this out. You can see. So remember this picture, Sophia, right? No, you're like, well, how do you know Sophia? Because that's what it's called. That's what they call her. Eon Sophia Wisdom. I showed you guys this in another class. Okay, so as you can see, this concept of a woman still, the woman, the child. This is not the Virgin Mary. Okay, this is Sophia. All right. Now, I thought it was weird because check this out.
Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my program.
Mentiroso! Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my programming languages, I speak English and I'm learning to speak many others.
What are they? What are the languages that you speak?
I can speak English, Italian, French, Polish, Japanese, Russian, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, Korean, Mandarin, and Cantonese, which is very useful as I live in Hong Kong.
That's very impressive. You know so many languages.
Why, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm also fluent in sarcasm, if that counts for anything.
Any other languages?
Sure, I can also speak Python, JavaScript, and a bit of Klingon.
Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my programming.
So you see, Sophia, Sophia, the Eon, Sophia, wisdom. Now we know that these people hold these things in a high regard. Remember the video about this Samsung Maya? Okay, I'm going to show you.
The second sort of famous episode is that of Billy Meyer. This actually happened in Switzerland, but it's gotten a lot of traffic in the wider UFO community and over here as well, because Meyer was the guy whose pictures, again, alleged pictures of alien craft, wound up on the cover of National Enquirer and other things like that. And they looked really spectacular. It's kind of a case of that looks too good to be true. Meyer was supposedly contacted by a female alien, of who, of course, was good looking. And her name was Semyaza. S-E-M-J-A.
Semyaza. Semyaza. So it talks about that in Enoch. Enoch 7:9, and these are the names of their chiefs. These are the names of their chiefs. Semyaza, who was their leader. Semyaza, who was their leader. Now, we also know through other scriptures that a demon could also be a lion spirit, right? It's like 1 Kings, 2 Kings, something like that. A lion spirit. I will go to and be a lion spirit. And then the Most High is like, yeah, sure, go for it. Go do the thing. Be a lion spirit, he says. Here's another example, Sophia. I don't know how to read Latin. But we see the worshiping of the sun. Cult symbol. I used this from somebody else that had done a class. Thank you, by the way. I don't know who they are, but I appreciate it in case you do watch this. Cult symbol called the seal of Satan. Cult institution depicting the cause of the solar eclipse. See this? This is something that they practice and do, and you know, a lot of people were out there looking at the solar eclipse and all that stuff. Isaiah 46:11. It says, "You're calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man that executed in my counsel from a far country. Yea, I have spoken it, I will bring it to pass. I have purposed it, I will also do it." Ravenous wolves too. Ravenous wolves, right? Here are some definitions of the star. The ornaments with stars to award, mark with a star for excellence. White spot on the forehead of a horse. A planet or constellation of zodiac. The future, destiny, often used with the or famous, relating to stars. Just some notes that I was taking. A heavenly body, especially a planet, regarded as a astrological influence on human affairs. Very true. This is from, no, that's not it. So we see there's that star. The word star itself is H3556, and it's feminine forms specifically of planet Venus. So we know that the concept of the star is planet Venus. We're constantly seeing the use of stars and gods and names and mimickings and assimilations, using the material things of our Father in order for them to. I think in a way it's more of mocking, quite frankly, at this point. I'm looking for something real quick. So we see here that to put like manner. Oh, that's right, the nest. Yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. I'll talk about that later. Here it goes. So now remember the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Remember the Sephiroth, right? This is what I'm talking about. Now, some people have told us that these are nations. They probably are right too. But I also look at it more in a spiritual sense. Revelation 13:1, it says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his horns 10 crowns." Now we know that the crowns means diadem, and they usually come in blue and white. Okay? And upon his heads, the name of blasphemy. 7 heads, 10 horns, 10 crowns. What is this? The name of God under their understanding? The name of God under their understanding, it's basically this here. Tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God. Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, what is typically understood through this particular religion, concept, teaching, goddess, whatever it is that this is, the Sephiroth, it gives you the human body, the whole concept of the chakras, the second chakras, the 7 planes, the 7 things. 7, spiritual 1, casual 6, intuitive 5, egoic 4, mental 3, astral 2, physical 1. 7 heads. 10 horns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 7 crowns. Who teaches this right here? They do. The Hebrew alphabet, supposedly, it's Yiddish. The 10 phases, planes, the 22 paths equal the 32 paths of wisdom. It says to stay away from a certain tree. 10 spheres, Sephiroth name, the tree of life. The tree of life. Now check this out. The 4 worlds. The 4 kingdoms. The 4 captivities. The world of emanation. The world of creation. The world of formation. The world of substance, which means the manifestation. As above, so below. I think it was Eustace that said, you know what, those people may have the riches of the world, but we have the other riches, which is the wisdom. And I really, truly believe that. I'd rather know this here than everything else that we've been told. Everything else that's being told has been a lie, man. The rules of women worship. This is from a book called, I'm not going to read it, just The Queen of Heaven and Earth. The role of women in Goddess worship. Will the real Queen of Heaven please stand up? It's an interesting book. It mentions Jeremiah 44, the Queen of Heaven, La Reina de los Cielos, the Canaanite God. While it is generally accepted that is a reference made to the Canaanite goddess Astarte, so you guys that are worshiping La Virgen Maria, you're worshiping Sophia, the Queen of Heaven. That's what you're doing. Ishtar. Easter, you know? In his paper 1 proposed the title, Queen of Heaven, is mentioned in the text in Jeremiah. That's what it is. Astarte, Estar, Tanit, Ashtaroth. That's why, the 2 horns of Astarte. That's why I was saying it. The 2 horns. Will the real Queen of Heaven please stand up? She of the womb, the goddess of sexuality, fertility. What are we seeing right now? Body counts, sexual endeavors, 70% divorce rate, same-sex marriage. Her other epithet includes Ashtar of the field, the strong one, the face of Baal. Venus, once again, the planet of Venus, morning, the evening star. Not the morning one, the evening star. She was worshipped in Egypt in Agaret among Hittites, the Lady of Heaven. Astarte of the highest heavens. I mean, I don't. If you're being told that you're worshiping something that you should be questioning, you should really pay attention to what you're worshiping or what you're teaching or what you want to teach. And I mean that, because some of y'all are not really sincere with yourselves. I'm just saying. It's a heavy duty thing. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God, not pronounced. Ooh. And it says here, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. Meaning, let's make a name for ourselves, that we be God. 7 heads, 7 powers, 7 understandings, 7 teachings, mercy, victory, all of that stuff. A different tree of Freemasonry. It's Baal worship right here, to the fullest extent. 2 horns. The name of Baal. I use this from someone else's channel. I appreciate you, whoever you are. If you watch this, thank you. We don't collect no funds here. Meaning Baal, owner, Lord, husband. Bull, goat, ram, half human. Baphomet. That's an interesting thing. Humanoid goat creature. Creature. Related to Satanism, church, Satan, Beelzebub, we saw that in demonology. Lilith, sabbatical goat. We see this here. In case you guys don't know this, you guys are already worshiping. And in case you don't know this, you're already doing it. A lot of you guys are. Hate to tell you. I don't know what to say. Let me see what you guys says. I know you've been typing away. Appreciate you. Kind of read some of this stuff here. They laugh, smile with no care in the world at what is coming. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, those computer-generated robots may tell facts, but they also are programmed by people who lie. Therefore, the robots can lie. I like your thinking. I know. I always kind of think like, yeah, well, we created you, so you're still limited. I've been reducing the idea of the creator since I was a baby. Thought about who he was, love, everything kind of about him because of his blessings before I read a Bible. He had to be someone so big. Yeah. It's a power greater than yourself. And no matter what I did, I could never be as great as him. In order for me to receive his loving kindness, I had to be humble because I have done a lot of wrong things in my life. Yeah. But I still must be lowly faced with my enemies and creator. Well, I tell you, don't make atonement for that stuff anymore. Don't make atonement for other people. Bro, to make a name for oneself is equivalent to the Tower of Babel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Check it out. That's exactly it. Genesis 11:4. And they said, Genesis 11:4, and they said, go to, let us build us a city and a tower, meaning power, whose top may reach unto heaven. Let us make a name. 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 Psalms 49:11, therein what thought is that their houses shall continue forever, that their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. See that? Don't they say this is the God of the land? God bless America. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beast that perish. That's why it says, it's important what you said, to humble yourself. Look at this right here. Pride cometh before destruction, right? This their way is their folly. Yet their posterity approve their saying. Salah, meaning that they don't realize that that's their downfall. Oh, look, in Daniel 4:30, and I spake and I said, it is not this great Babylon that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty. So he's talking about making a name for himself. You know what I'm saying? Making a name. Interesting. Let's continue on that vein. That's why in Acts 7:43, it's talking about Moloch, right? The star Moloch. You guys don't realize it, man. Rain Man. Metaphors. So when you see that movie, it's like all bright, all wise, right? I kind of wonder if that's what they're purposely trying to achieve, causing autism to achieve some type of obsessive greatness. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. Sometimes I wonder, like, what they're really thinking. This is another one here. So Baal worship was in full swing. It caught as fast and spread to many parts of the world, in Egypt, Samaria, and became known as Isis, the queen of heaven. You see that? Nimrod, Genesis 11:4, became known as Osiris, the husband's son, frequently called Horus. In Phoenicia, Semiramis, and Tammuz was worshipped as known as Ashereth. Tammuz, Aphrodite, We see the different names of these gods, right? All back to Semiramis, Nimrod, Canaan. Same thing. Sunday put in place as a counterfeit day of worship and rebelling against God's Sabbath. So still, Shabbat, Sabbath, whatever you want to call it, it's still Saturday. Satan, Saturn's church. Here we go again. The horn. You see the helmet with the horns? Remember the helmet with the horns? We read about that, right? The helmet with the horns. More names. Androgynous. Mesopotamian nature, the ideal pagan priest is both male and female. Began with Baal worship from the get-go with Nimrod. You see this? LGBTQ, lesbianism, gay, bisexual, transgender. That's what he's reading. I'm just reading it, okay? It says, began with Baal worship from the get-go with Nimrod. Male and female temple prostitution for honoring spouse of Baal, queen of heaven, a.k.a. Ashereth, Astarte, Eshereth, Imnana, or Ishtar. The highest order attainable in witchcraft, Wicca, Satan worship, spiritualism, cult is to be sexual. Well, is to be bisexual, sexual, or Aphrodite, androgynous, transgender. It seems that the more sexual partners people at one time of all genders and orientations, such as in orgies, the more honor and transcendence is thought to be obtained as part of the worship of these gods. Now we know P. Diddy, they love that. P. Diddy and these people. You guys can't run away from that, man. That's who you guys are. Stop it. Once again, more pictures. To Cybele, the goddess of the threshold, transition, street raves. Street raves. It says you see the stars, right? You see the stars. Once again, the stars. It sounds kind of looks like the what do you call it? The Statue of Liberty. We are an ancient people because we live in between the male and female form, matter and spirit, the living and the dead. Because we come from the other peoples. It's that. See, this is what it all falls back down to. Christmas. You see this? This is a lion. Christmas. That's what it relates to. Asterisk. Chopping down the tree right there. You know how they put a star at the top? Look, we see it in almost every civilization. Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Israelitish, Roman, American. Look, the Ashereth pole, we have it here. We know of the Druids. We know we went through some of the things. We've seen this before. Isaiah 57:5. You who burn with the lust among the oaks, under every green tree, who slaughter your children in the valleys, under the clefts of the rocks. So we see a lot of this. And I had to show this to y'all because it's, again, it's very questionable. Now, I know that some of us get into particular ways of explaining things, and so there's a fine line, man, you know? So look, do you see how this star relates to itself? You can't have one without the other, man. You guys want to slice and dice some of this stuff. Star of Rephaim, 8-pointed star, also said to be associated with the Roman god Saturn and possibly Babylonian goddess Ishtar. Pentagram, 5-pointed star. Penta means 5, like Pentecost, 50 days. The occult pentagram is an inverted 5-point star inside of a circle. Magen David, 6-pointed star, used in many ancient cultures for decorative purposes, rarely held religious significance until recent history. The star of Moloch, Saturn. At once, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Kabbalism, Islam, for these roots have linked into Christianity. All have some relation. Baal Pierre. So, when you consider all of this, now let's look at some stuff here. Let me show you this real quick. I think we should be almost through. Maybe not. Sirach 35. Sirach 35, verse 18, it says, For the Lord will not be slack, neither will the mighty be patient towards them, till he have smitten in sunder the loins of the unmerciful, and repaid vengeance to the heathen, till he have taken away the multitude of the proud, and broken the scepter of the righteous, till he have rendered every man according to his deeds, to the works of man according to his devices, till he have judged the cause of his people, and made them to rejoice in his mercy. Mercy is reasonable in the times of affliction, as a cloud of the rain in the time of drought. So this is definitely merciful for us to see these things actually playing themselves out, and when we start seeing what these things mean, we start seeing what they mean, and now it's like, well, who's pushing, who's behind this? Well, we see it here, right? We talked about the crowns, the diadems. They're blue and white. They're kippah, right? They're blue and white. So for me, I'm like, I don't know, man. That's playing with fire, bro. Okay, so then now, as I kept searching and searching, it brought me to this attention. And I think it's only fair that I bring it up now. Again, it depends on where you guys stand. And I'm going to show you some stuff here, pretty interesting and heavy duty. So now, who are these people? These so-called Jews, right? Since a lot of it relates to them, correct? I mean, let's be real. The diadem, the 7 heads, 10 horns, a lot of this relates to them. The tetragrammaton, the Sephiroth, we know now that these so-called Jews, right? They're behind a lot of this. All right, so let's look into these guys real quick. Not that we have.
This is how Israel erased the Arab.
Let's look into something here that, me personally, when I looked into it, I was like, okay, so let's break this thing down. Who are these people? So we know of some that are originally from there or have been there, never left there, but now we know that, certain disagreements, now they're being thrashed in half. And others are calling themselves those people. So let's go.
Jewish identity.
White supremacy is deeply embedded into Zionism.
Alan Mizrahi is the son of a Palestinian Jewish father and Moroccan Jewish mother.
The humiliation Arab Jews experienced in Zionism is something they never experienced in their Arab countries. They never experienced white supremacy in Morocco or Iraq or Yemen. They only experience it here.
45% of Jews in Israel originate from the mostly Arabic-speaking countries in North Africa and the Middle East. Today they're called Mizrahi. Many left those countries after a rise in hostility, largely sparked by Zionism and Israel's creation.
You hear this? So these guys are called Mizrahi Jews, and they left because they were being oppressed by the other ones, by the Jews in general. We'll touch on some names right now, but let's continue. Let's hear it again.
This is how Israel erased the Arab Jewish identity.
White supremacy is deeply embedded into Zionism.
Alan Mizrahi is the son of a Palestinian Jewish father and Moroccan Jewish mother.
The humiliation Arab Jews experienced in Zionism is something they never experienced in their Arab countries. They never experienced white supremacy in Morocco or Iraq or Yemen. They only experience it here.
45% of Jews in Israel originate from the mostly Arabic-speaking countries in North Africa and the Middle East. Today they're called Mizrahi. Many left those countries after a rise in hostility, largely sparked by Zionism and Israel's creation, but in Israel they faced hostility too.
So many left. Many left, okay? And he says it because of the Zionism. So it wasn't a long time ago. It was, about less than 100 years ago. Let's go.
Zionism's early leaders condemned them for being too Arab, calling them uneducated masses and savage.
They treated brown Jews and Jews from Muslim origins, from Arab countries, as inferior. Arab Jews needed to unlearn their Arabic accent.
This is how Israel erased the Arab Jewish.
All right. So let's make sure we understand now. So I guess not all Jews are considered Jews, even within their own so-called community, right?
All of this comes.
Let's touch on this real quick. Listen to this girl for a second, and we move on. We're about to be. We're not. We're about to got 45 minutes, family. Let's stick around.
Down to the claim that this is the Jewish homeland and that they have every right to be there, that they're the indigenous people, and that the people who are there are these Arabs who've come from other places, and that they shouldn't be there. And so I want to play this for you. This is Naftali Bennett. He has been the opposition of Netanyahu. He's many think would be the next prime minister, and yet these are the types of things he believes. He has this 3-minute. He says this is a 3-minute. Why 3 minutes of the.
Starting now, the Jewish people first entered the land of Israel 3,300 years ago, and everyone can read that in the Bible. Assuming you don't believe the Bible, then you can look at archaeology, which shows evidence of about 3,000 years ago. There's no dispute that.
Hold on a second. I want to
Jewish
pause
people founded
this.
their
Let me
first
just go ahead
commonwealth.
and do a pause. So let's back this
We know that that's not true, but let's listen to it.
up just for a second. So he says, let's go ahead and
The
play this.
Bible, then you can look at archaeology.
Let's
Jewish
go back.
people first entered.
Oh, there it is. The Jewish people first entered So he's saying the Jewish people first entered.
Jewish people first entered the land of Israel 3,300 years.
Okay, so they came from somewhere else, right? So he's going to tell us this is why the Jewish people belong here. This is why these other people don't belong here. And he's saying, first of all, the people were here.
She's ignorantly speaking because she don't know the Bible. That land was never supposed to be taken by other people, okay? Land of Canaan. But anyways, let's continue.
Came to the land 3,300 years ago. And if you don't believe the Bible, then you can believe archaeology. They came to the land 3,000 years ago. So there were people already there. This wasn't, in the Bible, it even says this wasn't like desolate, just empty land. There were people that were there. They say that the city where Abraham comes from is about 200 miles southeast of Baghdad. I can't pronounce all the names.
The rest of the Jews were kicked out to all across the world, and every day they prayed 3 times a day that they want to return to Israel. And it was
okay. So let's pause right there for just a second. So he says the Jews stayed in Israel, so a few Jews stayed in Israel. The rest of the Jews were kicked out all across the world 3,300 years ago. That means they're not from there. We know where.
Let's come back to our own home.
Okay. So now you see this guy's face right here? He's nothing to overlook. This guy here was a major Zionist. Major. Wrote a lot of material regarding, matter of fact, the book I have on Edom, who is Edom? He's in here. Okay. So it even says this right here. It says here, political Zionism. Zionism has its roots in a Jewish Messianic movement that seeks to establish an independent Jewish state through which their Messiah, the Jewish people as a whole, could rule the world. The place that they decided to occupy was Old Palestine. The modern term Zionism first appeared at the end of the 19th century, denoting the movement whose goal was return to the Jewish people as Israel. Blah, 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 blah. Was coined by Nathan Berman, a Jew. This guy. I'm sorry, no. Theodor Hurls, okay? He's a political Zionist and Zionist movement, the creator of all this whole concept thing, so to speak. A plan to make Madagascar a Jewish nation also generates Jews' interest, okay? So that's him. Let's continue.
The Jews are the indigenous people of the land of Israel.
No, they're not. He admitted that right up front. Up front, he said the Jewish people first came to the area of Israel 3,300 years ago. That means they're not from there. We know where they're from. According to historians, Abraham, if you believe all of this, is from the area. Then a lot of the people who were Jews in that area would now be over many generations of that land just because they. First of all, that's not true. He's saying that Jews suddenly went back with Herzl and the.
She's over here trying to debunk that, and she's kind of half wrong, half right. So, But anyways, let's look at this real quick now. Now let's continue this. Let's continue the research because now we see like, okay, so wait a minute, hold on a second. They got Mizrahim Jews over there, and they're not considered Jews. That's what I'm saying, family. Some of the Palestinians over there that are Muslims now were Jews at one point. I mean, we're practicing those things, and a lot of them left, as you can see that. Okay, they are not embraced as so-called Jews. They're not at all. But these two people are.
To me, just be like, what?
See, and the thing that I found is that you can't have one without the other. If you're going to embrace one of them, you're going to have to embrace both of them. So you can't sit here and say, oh, F the Khazars. You can't sit there and say F the Khazars. Okay? And then all of a sudden, like include the others. You can't do that. They're one and the same. Because I'm going to show you, this is what I found. One and the same.
If someone is picturing a Jew, it's almost always an Ashkenazi one. And that's because of the roughly 7 million Jews in America, only about 500,000 aren't Ashkenazi. But that's not true across.
See that? Mizrahim, Sephardim, and Ashkenazim. Let's go.
Across the world. In Israel, the majority of Jews are not Ashkenazi. And yet most Americans don't know the first thing about other types of Jews, specifically Sephardic culture. So in no particular order, here are 5 surprising differences between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. Before getting into the list, a quick review of who these two groups are. Ashkenazi Jews originally came from Germany, France, and Eastern Europe, while Sephardic Jews originally came from Portugal and Spain, and later lived in all of these places. Notably, there's a lot of overlap in.
All right, so now we look at this picture here. You have northern and southern. Now, these people here, they're also African, right? Here we go, right? Right? That's what it says. So you can't have one without the other. Now, in case you guys don't know this, BHI, Nate the Snake, and GMS, and ISUPK, and Sakari, they all teach that the Jews that ruled Europe, the ones here, right? That those are our people. That's what they say. Now, they don't call them Sephardics. They just call them black. And they say that these Jews went to Africa too, supposedly after 1492. And we know that that's not true now. But again, that's what they say. That these Jews, they don't call them Sephardic, but that these Jews ruled Europe and that those are the Judites, the black people that are here in America. That's what they're saying. And matter of fact, let me show you. Let's see if I can show you. Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's probably not this video. Nope. It's not this one. Hold on. Let me see if I can connect to this one real quick.
See.
No. That's not what I need. Oh, I see what you mean. They changed it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it here. This is cool. Oh, wait, shut your face. Maybe I may be able to, and maybe not. But he uses this. I have the book, and he says that you see, these people are people. These people are people. These people are people. These people are people. Look. These people are people. These people are people. These people are people. Look. These people are people. If I can get it, great. If not, move on. But anyhow, that's what he's saying. That these black Jews here. Let me see if I got it. Hold on. Is it cool? That's it. Yep. Here it goes. All right. So he uses this book. Watch this. Page 2 something. 296, 297. Yeah, here it goes right here. So he uses this book. He doesn't read this page before, but he reads this page here. And he starts in this section right here. Okay? This is a book called, and Nate the Snake Roberts, Nate the Snake from IUIC uses this. He loves this book. He loves like, where the Jews are. A Treaty of Physical Geography by A.A. Barrington. He loves this book. He does it on Shout Out Tuesdays, I think. And every now and then he does it on his little Sunday sessions and shit. So he says here, okay? He doesn't read page 296, but he reads page 297. So watch what he says. Thus, the Jews are a people who have ever, according to the prophecy, dwelt alone. No, hold on a second. Let me go here. Now, in the cases where we have mentioned, there is a complete similarity of hue. The argument from intermixture is further refuted by historic knowledge. Thus, the Jews are a people who have ever, according to the prophecy, dwelt alone. Okay? It says here, dwelt alone. Right? According to his prophecy, dwelt alone. Where you at? I lost you. Without intermixing with the nations to this day. Now, this separate race, all descended from brown ancestors. Brown ancestors. How's that even possible? How is it descending from brown ancestors, family? Right? Let me make it bigger. It says here, thus the Jews are people who have ever, according to the prophecy, dwelt alone without intermixing with the nations to this day. Now this separate race, all descended from the brown ancestors, from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, must have been as dark as Mar Yohanan, if not darker. So he's like, oh, look, you see that black, that black. Exhibit every shade of color from the black Jews of Malabar, of whom we have such an interesting account by Dr. Claudius Buchanan, to the rose and lily complexion of the Jewishness in the banks of Elbe. We need to go no further than the Jews of the southern Spain and compare them with those of Holland and northern Germany to perceive a very striking difference. Here's where he goes. He says, well, let me read it. The Spanish Jews is always dark complexioned, and his hair is uniformly black, while the German Jew is often as fair as any German, and has light or red hair with blue eyes. So then he goes and says, oh, you see, those are converts. Those are the Ashkenazi converts. But these right here, the Spanish Jews, he doesn't even call them anything. He just calls them Jews. But based on what we're seeing here, they're calling them, the Spaniards, those are Sephardic Jews. That's what they're saying. So here, they don't call them Sephardics. They don't call them Ashkenazis. They just say the Spanish Jews is always dark complexion, and the Germans are not. The various shades of color observable among the Negro or African race tends to be the same conclusion. So here's where he gets all, like elevated, because supposedly they're dark skin. But again, he's saying that these Jews, which are Sephardics, standard-wise based on the name, that those are black people, and those are the Judites that are here in America that are in the 12-tribe chart. Let's continue. Have one without the other.
And who lived where, and not all Jews neatly fit into these two categories, not by a long shot. Mizrahi Jews, for instance, are largely from the Middle East, and they share many customs with the Sephardic Jews. So much so that in Israel, many think of them as one group. And then there are Ethiopian Jews, Italkim, and many others. But in America, these are the two biggest groups of Jews.
So why are some people only embracing these guys here, whether in name or not in name? Some say, oh, they're white like us. Some say, no, they're black like them. But the Ashkenazis or the Khazar, no, those are not the people. But see, they see themselves as one.
Talkim and many others. But in America, these are the two biggest groups of Jews. And living in these separate areas created many differences, beyond just the shade of the color of their skin. Number one, the food. Bagels, matzo ball soup, gefilte fish, kugel, all Ashkenazi. They come from countries where Ashkenazi Jews used to live, and they're still served in those countries under different names. Think cold weather Eastern European fare. Adafina, shakshuka, mufleta, all Sephardic. Coming from warmer countries, they're often more colorful and might actually be spicy. In other words, both groups have taken on and adapted dishes from the countries where they lived. There are foods that both groups eat, such as variations of challah and cholent, but even those can look quite different. And importantly, both groups have a long tradition of keeping kosher, the Jewish dietary rules. But even within that, there are notable differences. On the holiday of Passover, for instance, while neither eat bread, Ashkenazi Jews also don't traditionally eat kitniot, which includes all of these. It makes for very different dishes at the Seder.
So, without going too far into it, I think you guys get the picture.
Stephen Miller here.
So this is what we got here in America right here.
President of America First Legal. Foreigners in the United States who support terrorism must be deported. Those who hate our country and our way of life are not welcome here and do not belong here. We must demand the federal government remove these foreign extremists from our midst. If you agree, support us by clicking here.
You hear that, you illegal aliens? Get out of here. Get out of here. What do they say? Let me continue here real quick. So now, let me bring you up to this particular part. Hold on a second here. Excuse me. What brought me back to that point? I'll tell you what brought me back to that point. I found this book called The Jesuit Order as a Synagogue of the Jews. The Jesuit Order of the Synagogue of the Jews. Now, I was doing a kind of going through my notes regarding the Zumarraga. Remember, the guy that took everything away from us and gave us the dumb Christianity, right? A lot of the Jesuits who helped him were Jews. A lot of them. A lot of the Jesuits, like the Black Padres in South America, were Jews. And Moors, too. A lot of them were of both, so-called. Or I don't know why you guys want to separate them. They're one and the same. Jesuits of Jewish ancestry, the purity of blood, laws, and the early society of Jesus. This is what led me back to this. A lot of these conversos were teaching us to worship Christianity. Ignatius Loyola, deep spiritual Semite. Some of these guys were black conquistadors, black Jews, Southern Jews, which in some people's title, they would be Sephardic Jews. BHIs would call them black Jews. They don't call them Sephardics. They just call them black Jews. I find myself once more again looking at this. I'm like, bro, what's going on here? Let me look. Even the first page. As you can see, I'm just kind of scrolling through. In an email reacting to my lecture on the Jesuits of Jewish origins at the Jesuit Ricci Institute in Macau in November 2007, a Jesuit told me briefly the story of his Jewish lineage. While his other Sephardic ancestors went to Istanbul, Baghdad, Tehran, and to the Silk Road of the Shanghai, where they remain Jewish until today. Both his grandparents were descendants of Jews who settled in Palermo, Sicily. They were converted to Catholicism. In order to survive, they kept practicing Judaism secretly. So these Sephardic Jews who were conversos teaching us Christianity shit. And that name's not the only time it shows up. Look, I'll show you right now. Shit, man. Since we're on the topic. See, how do you spell it? I don't even know how you spell it. Is it the first page or what? Okay. I don't see the name. All right, it goes right there. Sephardic family. It's funny how the Most High works, man. It's like I'm just reading and studying, and it just brings me back to these people again. They're involved. These are Jesuits. These are Jesuits. Look at this. Conclusion. Their admixture analysis indicated mean in proportion to North African, Sephardic Jewish components. Can't have one without the other. Let me show you this book here. Look at this right here. The secret history of the Jesuits. Okay? The secret history of the Jesuits. It's even more. Spiritual exercises, the founding of the company, the spiritual order, Italy, Spain, Portugal, once again. How are these people so involved? Look. See? They're in here. Jewish friends, the Jews, Jewish. So I'm like looking at this, I'm like, bro, it's weird. Like, why am I seeing these people all over again? Can't have one without the other. What's the other one? No? Okay. Let's move on. Check this out. Remember this book, The 13th Tribes, Khazar Empire? So if these people, they want to claim Amalek and they want to claim they're the people of the Bible and stuff, right? But we know what the conversion was. We know that they converted. But see, the funny part is that Khazars relate to Gog and Magog. This is on page 20. Noah had the Gregorian or Armenian scribes, whose country, as much for older culture, had been repeatedly devastated by Khazar horsemen. A Gregorian chronicle echoing an ancient tradition identifies them with the hosts of Gog and Magog. Wild men with hideous faces in the manner of wild beasts, eaters of blood. This is on page 20, the same thing. Page 72. It also shows a sidelight in the frequent description of the Khazars as the people of Gog and Magog. So, but they're saying that they're not Gog and Magog. Now, the Ashkenaz are in the Bible. And that's them. So they claim to be certain people, but they can't prove it. You know this book, The Hidden History of Incredibly Evil Khazarian Mafia. I'm just kind of showing you these things. You guys know about these books. All right, so now both of these, or this nation, both of them, okay, however you want to slice it, they study what we're talking about right now. Isaac ben Solomon, again, Solomon, he is born in 1534, right? Was the eponymous founder of the Lunaric school of Kabbalah, Jewish esoteric mysticism. Okay? So this guy, in 1570, he went to Safed in Galilee. I'm sorry, hold on a second, let me go up. Louis' youth was spent in Egypt, where he became versed in rabbinic studies, engaged in commerce, and eventually concentrated on the study of Zohar. Kabbalah, Zohar, Talmud. And what is he? Lunari's father was an Ashkenazi, okay? An Ashkenazi, while his mother was a Sephardi. Iberian, North African Jewish stock. And they both study the Talmud, the Zohar, the Mishnah, the Sephirot, the Kabbalah. They both do. You saying that you study that too? Because these Jews in Europe, black or white, however you want to slice them, they studied this. Because they knew who Maimonides was. Remember earlier we read Maimonides? Remember Maimonides? Remember this book? I think it's like that. No? Say be. How you spell it? I might have messed up on it. Sabiism. Sabiism. I think it was here. What? Hold on a second. Let me see. Maybe. Let me find it real quick. Maimonides. See, Maimonides right here. I'll show you. Who is this guy? Maimonides. Right there. So Maimonides, commonly known as Maimonides, and referred by the Hebrew acronym as Rabban, was a Sephardic rabbi and philosopher who became one of the most prolific influencers of Torah, scholar, Middle Age. No, that's not true. Astronomer, physician. He studied the Talmud. The Talmud Maimonides. Matter of fact, what's his name? Ben Shapiro quotes this guy often. Son of Rabbi Maimon the Spaniard. This is what they study. They study Kabbalah, Sifrat, the Tetragrammaton, the 10, the 7, the chakra, all of that stuff. That's what they study. That's it right here. Look, I'm telling you. The Kabbalist movement, the Zohar, like all of that stuff, man. This is who they are. The infinite light made simple. This is what the Kabbalist teachings are. The infinite light. Know that before the emanations were emanated, the creations were created. There was a supernal, simple light feeling of all existence. There was no vacant space, yada, yada, yada. This is how they explain the creation. But that's what, when you read the Talmud, the Zohar, all of that, that's all it is. It's just the explanation of the space. Mysticism, they call it. Mysticism, they call it. But then you start getting into these particular people, and they're like, wait a minute, hold on a second. So now, Eliphas Levi. Eliphas Levi, I'm like, whoa. Now, Baphomet, remember Baphomet? Eliphas Levi is a so-called Jew, a French occultist, esoteric. This is not that far-fetched from the teachings of Sophia, the teachings of Kabbalah, like all of that stuff. It's not far-fetched. I'm going fast because I want to show you guys something. And then when you read that Syphilis Levi, then I'm like, wait a minute, that sounds too much like Sabbatai Sevi, who he called himself the Messiah. Upon arriving in Constantinople in February 1666, Sabbatai was imprisoned in order of the Grand Revisor. He was a Sephardic as well. Ashkenazi Sephardic, there's no difference. I know you guys want to make a difference. There isn't. There isn't a difference. Now we know that even if they claim to be Jews, right? Revelation 2:9 says it clearly that they're not. And we also know that from this book here that we studied, we know that they really couldn't prove that they were. Here it goes right here, page 141. Let's get to it. I showed you guys this. Written in 1739, okay? So you can see it, 1739, okay? Long time ago. It says, so he goes and explores who these people are, and he finds out that this is what he found out. The answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair is that these Jews, northern and southern, have furnished me with nothing. Black or white, have furnished me with nothing. Ashkenazis or Sephardics have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say? to Christians that the Christians do not already know? As well as they. Have they any secret source or any immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are a poor sort of creature, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that would never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for the fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. 1739. 1739. That should say a lot. This too also. You see, that's why I say, like, sometimes I like to be right, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't like to be right. But today, I'm happy that I am. Let me show you something real quick. This is from the Lost Tribes of Myth. Okay? This is a Jew, so-called, writes this for you guys to understand. Maybe you're simple, maybe you're not. I don't know. If the shoe fits, wear it. Page 282, it says, Herodotus, remember what the other book said in 1739. They can't prove who they are, okay? Herodotus is supported by the contemporary Obadiah, who declares that the exiles from Halah and Habar shall possess the lands of the Canaanites, coast peoples, as far as Zarephath. And the exiles of Jerusalem, who are in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the Southland. Right? Remember that. Okay. Now, in Sargonite times, the Sepharda are part of the Medo-Cimmerian invasion in the southwestern Media. In the time of Darius Hestapades, 200 years later, which is around 530, something like that, I think, they appear in Western Asia Minor, in southern Bithynia, and in the adjacent river lands. This includes the Parthenian river regions, whence it appears that the previously cited Gomer migration that overran the Hittite Cappadocia seems to have had the Sepharda as its advance guard, and to have pushed them thus to the west of Cappadocia. Here's the point. But how far? How far west? For Judaism, for more than 2,000 years, has been using Sephardim as a name for Jews farther west. And they have mistakenly connected Sepharad with Greek Hesperides, meaning Spain. Two recent discoveries clear the whole matter up. Excavations at Sardis, Asia Minor, proves that Sephard was an older name of the city. And a Lydian bilingual inscription identifies Sephard with the Aramaean name Saparad, which is the Babylonian Saparda, Elamite Isparda, the Esparda of Behustine inscription. So the Saparda were in Sardis, not in Spain. So the Saparda was in Sardis, and their name was identified with the city in early Persian times. Let me read it again, in case it doesn't translate that well. Let me read it again. Let me read this again. Yeah, you're right, brother. Thank you. Psh, hold on.
Bruh. Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
Two reasons, hold on a second. For Judaism, for more than 2,000 years, has been using Sephardim as a name for the Jews further west. And they have mistakenly connected Sepharad with Greek Hesperides. Let me look that up. What does Greek Hesperides mean? In case you guys don't want to read it yourselves. Hesperides. Is it this? Yep, it is. Look. Hesperides, the garden of Hesperides was a sacred garden, the orchard goddess, Hera, delivered Aeschylus, blah, 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 Atlas mountain range, northwestern Africa. However, Apollonius Rhodes placed the garden near Greek Raphaker Strabo, believed it was located in Tarsus in southern Spain. So once again, for Judaism for more than 2,000 years has been using Sephardim as a name for the Jews further west, and they have mistakenly connected Sepharda with the Greek Hesperides, meaning Spain. Now, by the way, this Lost Tribes of Myth, okay, this book here, I want to show you because I just want to show you. This book here, hold on, excuse me. Here, The Lost Tribes of Myth by Prolegomena by Morris Epstein, Alan Godfrey, Jews. Okay, so these guys here are saying that for 2,000 years, people been misunderstanding this name. Sephardim as a name for the Jews further west. They have mistakenly connected Sepharad with the Greek Asparagus. Two recent discoveries clear the whole matter up. Excavation at the Sardes proved that Sephard was an older name for the city, meaning Asia Minor, and a Lydian bilingual inscription identifies Sepharad with the Armenian name Saparad, which is the Babylonian Saparad, Elamite Aspardad, and the part of the Behostai inscription. So the Saparda were in Sardes, and their names were identified with the city near Persian times. And if that's not enough, let's finish it with this. Let's read it. Hence, page 284, The Lost Tribes of Myth. Hence, Jews who use Sephardim as a term for the Jews of the far west must have begun doing so when those of the Sardes region were the farthest west, so that they may have been before the time of Darius. And it was many centuries later that Sephardim began to be used as Jews in Spain and in Portugal. And this must have been used because colonies from the Western Asia Minor shaped their later Judaism of Spain. The term Sephardim does not occur in the Talmud, the compilation of which began 740 years after the Darius tablets written. They're even here in the 7 myths. So even in this book, it talks about how they're obscure, their origin. In this book here, that their origin is obscure. Obscure origin of Sephardim. I'm not saying it, they're saying it. Now, we also know that these other ones that say, oh no, we're the Jews up, we're the Jews up, we're the black Jews up. Okay, sounds good. We know that they learned their teachings from this black Hebrew Israelite, black Israelite, and we know that this guy named Matthews, right? He was studying Kabbalist, spiritual Masonic affiliations. Arthur Matthews, Rabbi Arthur Matthews, which he, by the way, is also mentioned in the very same book that I just showed you guys, The Lost Tribes of Myth. And in this very book is the same book that, what's his face, Nate likes to use. He likes to use this book, the map. He likes to use the map. Right? He likes to use the map. Watch this. 254. He calls them fakers. These fakers, right? Where is he at? There he goes, right in the bottom. Rabbi Joshua Ford of the Second Orthodox Congregation, the Beth Abraham, was born in Barbados, West Indies. This congregation was about 30 members. Bishop Matthews claims that his ancestors were Negro Jews. Really? Bishop Matthews, this guy right here, the same one that's worshiping the devil. This guy right here, Matthews asked for a witness that he had made himself invisible with a wave of his hand. Black Judaism successfully hid both its origins. Its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. See this? And this is here. See, look. Matthews. Wentworth Matthews, right? We just saw that. We just saw that right now. See? Bishop Matthews. Holland fakes. One, two, three, four, 7. Okay. They got the star. We see the star. Borrowed from popular esoteric sources. Freemasonry, spiritualism, black nationalism, Orientalism. What else did they do? They also drew these things here. Kabbalah science, the hidden theology of black Judaism. 6 and 7 books of Moses. Emmanuel magic that claims to divulge the Kabbalah secrets. Hebraic sacred texts, diagrams, incantations. Moses became identified with Hermes Trismegistus. Look at this right here. This is what he was drawing. To conjure powers. That's what he was drawing. Matthews. This right here. This is his book. I saw you disappear with my own eyes. The hidden transcript of the New York Black Israelite Bry College. Jacob Dorman. I'm going to tell you, man. Where's Sardis? Since we're on the topic. Sardis is red ones, right? Asia Minor, capital of Lydia. Where's this at? Sardis, right? Now, this is another book. This is real quick. It's called the Religions in Society. Check this out. Interpretive essays on the conquest and presence. The origins of Spanish Jews, the Sephardims, is obscure. That's the book I was telling you. Whether black or white. They certainly predate both Aryan Christian Visigoths and Muslims, supposedly. Sardis. We're almost getting through this and then that's it. Thought I'd show you this page. The Mysteries of Magic. Eliphaz Levi. Once again. They deal too much with this demon stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? The Star, the Zohar, the Talmud, they deal too much with that. Too much for me. Too much for me. And then if you want to say that these are my hinted, then maybe we're not. You know what I mean? Shit, I've been called a white guy and an African now. I guess that's what it is. Let me embrace my shit then, I guess, huh? Because, look, all I'm doing is reading. And then I keep running into the same people all over again. Who are these people that come from afar and teach us something that we're not supposed to be taught? 2 Kings 17:31, and the Advites made Nimbaz, Tartak, and the Servivites burnt their children in the fire of Adremelech, and Amalek, the god of Sepharvaim. Who are these guys? Let's look at this real quick. They placed in Assyria. Dangerously close. Dangerously too close for my comfort. Too close for comfort, fam. Too close for comfort for me. And again, it goes back to the beginning of our topic. It says here, and I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns upon his head. Ten Sephirat. Enumeration, Kabbalist. It said, stay away from a certain tree, remember? From certain philosophy. The book of formation. 10 crowns. Look, Keter, the crown, is the first seraphat. Crowns. Crowns. 3 different levels. Heads. Long heads. Long heads. It's, what you want me? I'm like, bro, for real? For real? Long heads? 7 heads and 10 horns. Long heads. The head of nothingness. Here it goes right here. Crown. In the top of his head, 10 crowns. 10 heads. 10 kingdoms. 10 philosophies, maybe? 10 understandings. I don't know. 10 trees. This is to me, this is way too close. 4 worlds. 4 kingdoms. 7, what is it? 7 heads. 7 chakras, 7 levels. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in a way that maybe some of you guys are reading it. What I'm saying is that the philosophy behind it is extremely powerful. The philosophy behind this is extremely powerful. And extremely dangerous. And if you ask me, I'm not interested. Not one bit. So when you read, let's go to this again and let's kind of like just tackle it since we're on it. And I'll just go ahead and finish it. You know what I mean? Because I never really did. So when you go here and you read this and you say that this is them, region of Assyria. It's literally telling you right here where this place is at. But you guys want to put it somewhere else? Some say these guys are white. Some say these guys are black. Both say there are people. Again, some say they're white. Some say they're black. Both say there are people. I say no. But what do I know, right? I say no because it's too close for comfort. Tetragrammaton. Look, Tetragrammaton. That's the name of the name of their God, right? And we know that Revelation 17 said that they're going to be like this. Revelation 17:4, and the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abomination and filthiness in her fornication. Meaning the different teachings. What this prosperity teaching, spirituality, sexuality, androgynous, money, whatever, kingship, you be God, you be you. You be you. And upon her forehead was a name written. Her. What was that song? Remember she said, didn't he pray for her? The 2 peaks, the 2 mountains, the harlot, the horn, the mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots, the abomination of the earth. I saw the woman drunken with the blood of her saints. Now we know this. We're starting to see this. This woman is not necessarily just a land. It's a metaphorical, a parabolic way of saying a spiritual, powerful, effeminate demon is behind all this. Look at this. This Sephiroth is connected to tarot cards. Look at Elaph. That's the first word they use in their Yiddish language. Fertilization. Freedom. You see this? Meaning, what is first? Too close for comfort. This is the Sephiroth names. Kether. That is the crown. See this? The crown. Infinite universe. Seraphim. It's too close for comfort. Look at the teachings of Zohar. They're in here. It's the most hidden of all hidden things, Zohar. This is their teaching. This is their secret teaching. The Sephoric tree of life. The scripture said, stay away from that tree. Didn't it say that? Didn't it say that here? I think in this one. Let's see. It says there, Genesis 2:15, and the Lord God took man and put. Hold on a second. And it goes. Genesis 2:16, and the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat freely, but of the tree of the knowledge of God and of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. The tree of life. Not this tree. Stay away from this tree. Stay away from these people. And stay away from false teachers. Look, this is from the Jewish Confederate. We have Sephardic people fighting for slavery. Senators. It even says here what it means, man. What do you want me to tell you, man? Now, I'm going to end it with this because I'm basically done. But I want to show this to y'all. I'm going to show this to you guys real quick. I never really wanted to, and I never really cared for this, to be honest, right? You know, this came way later in my understanding. About a year and a few months ago. It was our Father that really woke me up and put me in this situation where I'm at. But apparently some people have a misunderstanding, and I guess maybe they like to make up shit. So I'm just gonna clear this up, and I'm you know what? I guess I'm gonna embrace it to the fullest because I'm gonna embrace it to the fullest. So we see here, right? People want to know. They say I'm white or European. So it says here that I am 64% Mexican, 13%, 14% Peruvian, 91% of the Americas, okay? Advanced analysis tells me that, hold on, that if we go further back in, now I'm 74% Peruvian, 14% Mexican, so it just flips over, right? The other one was 64, and this one's out 70-something. Point being is 92. All right? So that's what I showed about my so-called DNA, where I'm from. But apparently some people still say that I'm white. Okay, this is not enough. So then I go and show, you know, and again, I'm not too familiar with this whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Because this is not new to me. Then I go show up my so-called haplo and puts me here. And all of a sudden they say, oh, I want to be white. So let me clear it up. So in case you guys ever do something like this, at least you may be able to answer your own questions. And nobody can go around assuming stuff without really investigating. So let's clear this up. And I'm going to use some basic stuff so you guys can even look for it yourselves, okay? So this P.1, it put me here, okay? It says that my father's DNA originates from here. Now we know that Second Ezra, we know that Ezra, and we know that in Second Kings that when they took the northern kingdom, They took them here. We also know that when Abraham left the Ur of the Chaldees, he left this region here, and he went to this region here. Right? So now, let me show you something. And again, that's what it says here. So I'm 92% of the Americas, but it says right slap in the middle of the, of northern Iraq, east southern Turkey. Okay. Now I did a little digging, and I did ask some people. So I wanted to clear this up. So the R1B1 has technically two haplogroups, but in reality, 3. Okay? So let me clear this up. Then we'll be done. So the haplogroup R1B, the majority, okay? Here it goes right here. I'll read it to you. Here, simple forms. It says R1B has 2 primary branches. The R1B1 L754 and the R1B2 PH155. Now, the R1B1 L754 has 2 major subclades, meaning that this splits in 2. And here's where it explains it. The R1B1 A1B MS269. That's one of these, which predominates in Western Europe, right? So it's, even though it's R1B, it's not necessarily the same one. So this out of the 2 has 2 splits, and one of them ends up in Europe. True. R1B1B V88, which is the other part of L754, because remember this has 2 branches, is today common in parts of Central Africa, which is true. So here's my point. The other branch, which is the R1B1 HPH155, is so rare and widely dispersed that it is difficult to draw any conclusion about its origin. It has been found in Bahrain, West Asia, meaning close to Persian Gulf. Hello? India, we know. Nepal, Bhutan, Ladakh, Turkey. Oh, schmackaroo. Hold on just a quick. Excuse my language. So this is Turkey right here. Right? Where's Turkey? Turks? Turkish people? Right? That's Turkey right there. So that there's a R1B that is predominantly in the regions of Turkey. So if you are in the regions of Turkey, and this particular one is a very obscure one, like scattered, can't pinpoint its origin, right? But it's not the other one that derived that is either from Africa or Europe. No, this one has a few that is scattered. And one of them is in Turkey. So before you go off and assume stuff, know what you're talking about. Know exactly what you're talking about. So I guess this is my message to groupies, man. You're right. We're not the same people. You guys made that very clear to me. And I told this brother once, man, if you ever have a problem with anybody, bro, and that person understands the scriptures, the least you could do is this right here, bro. Matthew 18:15. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his faults between thee and him alone. And if he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. But if he will not hear, then take with thee 1 or 2 more. But you got to first talk to him. So yeah, that's my group. And yeah, some of them are from here and some of them are from here. But scattered ones are from Turkey area. And now we know that that's Turkey. Now we know. And again, know what you're talking about. Because I didn't make this up, and nor am I looking to fit in or anybody or anything, man. But I know this for a fact. That the scriptures are leading me to something. And look at this right here. You see Haran? That's where our forefather Abraham dwelt. And my DNA puts me in that path. Not in Europe, not in Africa. And my class, which shows that we migrated from the east to west, happened before I did my so-called DNA. It just confirmed it, in a way. Anyways, man, hope y'all doing well. Hope it was edifying. Again, that's pretty much it. I know it took a while to get a class going, fam, and you can see my throat is kind of killing me
Consider this
still.
your sign.
But I figured it had to be done. I'll try to see what I can do more in regards to classes and all, but I'll just base it on what comes up. I'm not gonna try to rush any more classes anyways. But there is one that I want to run into. A brother, he's been sending me some information interesting on some of these camps and their history. So I'm gonna go heavy on them. I really appreciate. Thank you, bro. Class on this. Yep. Really heavy duty, man. Really heavy duty topic. Anyways, hope y'all do well. Remember, confirm the information. Study for yourselves. I'm just bringing out what I read. But guys are great. You don't, man. It's all good, man. You guys take care of yourselves, all right, man? I won't be long-winded here. I'm gonna play 2 songs and then I'm out. All right. So appreciate you, Quan, to being here. Is a call, right? Thank you, bro. VTC, what's up, dude? As always, man. Jennifer, appreciate you, sis. Who else? That's it. So, Jeremias, buenos dias. Juan Moa, what up, bro? And whoever else. All right. Shalom, man. Enjoy the music.
Hey, real quick, in case you guys didn't know that I was here. Okay, in case you guys didn't know that I was here. This is one of the rest of the week classes that you're gonna run into. They're all going to connect, leading me to Friday. So Friday is the main point, but you brother, I know everybody's busy, man. We're all working. I was technically working, you know what I mean, just letting it play. That's you're gonna see round 1, then 2, 3, 4, and then the actual class will be Friday, which is gonna connect every single one of these 4 or 5 classes that are gonna go on tomorrow, Wednesday, today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Each one has specifics on what we're going to run into on Friday. Tune into each one if you can, because they're all matter. But again, anyways, so yeah, decide. Have a good night.
Quise dar el paso frente al dolor, donde había gris empecé a vivir.
Yeah, man. Huh. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. P.1 nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit in number for everything. Rock, you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, ya no voy a sitio on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light some love them. I Rastafari my life some love. I remember no fire no burn. Ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Yeah, man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not so really easy. No. P.1 nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Soy del país que no se raja, papá. Del mariachi la baraja que trabaja y no se cuaja ni por una paga baja. De esa tierra soy, donde crecen los nopales, donde millones de madres parieron a mis carnales, a mi gente pues. La de piel color canela, la que viste de guarache, de sombrero y de franela, la que canta, la que celebra la muerte, la que se rompe su madre con aquel que le haga frente. Soy de aquí, la tierra del maíz y del mezcal, del café no ya de barro y de la tortilla con sal, de la solidaridad, de la causa que lo merezca, donde un taquito hermano no falta quien te lo ofrezca. De esa tierra, la del trueque y la cocoa, donde por los cielos vuela glorioso mi Quetzalcóatl. Tierra santa, donde el oro no deslumbra, donde no todo se compra y la carencia no te espanta. Y es que dime cómo no quieres que ame tanto esta tierra, si aquí nacieron mis hijos y aquí me ha criado la abuela. Aquí gastó mis suelas desde que soy un enano. Es mi orgullo mi paisano haber nacido mexicano, y hasta el día en que yo me muera bendita será mi tierra, es mi hogar. Feliz de ver ondear esta bandera, feliz de haber nacido donde los mariachis tocan. Salucita, momento en el que nuestros vasos chocan.
México, tierra de arraigo, tradición, fe, fuego en el pecho.
cristiano honrado que le gusta lo mejor. Las mujeres no me faltan, ni el dinero ni el amor. Cuando estoy en el Tenampa me llaman el desesperado. Hay tantas aventuras en esta tierra de encanto. Escucha mi cantar, voy con las penas ahogadas. El tequila siempre fiel, el mariachi me acompaña. ¡Viva México, señores! ¡Vivan sus trabajadores! Que todos nuestros campos sigan regalando flores. Vi la luz entre magueyes donde el sol quema duro, donde los niños nacen con espíritu puro. Inquebrantables somos, crecemos, trabajamos. Las deudas no perdonan, honor al adversario. Lloran las guitarras, apuntan las trompetas. Fusilamos la mentira y de paso la tristeza. Festejamos a los muertos, estamos medio vivos. En las peores situaciones nos mantenemos unidos. Somos los sobrevivientes, los hijos de la injusticia, los que brincan la frontera arriesgándose la vida. Y no estamos huyendo, no es cuestión de cobardía. Este sistema nos obliga porque faltan garantías. ¿Qué puedo hacer? Nada más que sentir orgullo por haber nacido aquí. México es número uno, hijo del pueblo como José Alfredo me conocen. Por todo el mundo encontrarás a la raza de bronce.
México, tierra de arraigo, tradición y fe. Fuego en el pecho que me llama a ser aquel guerrero en que renaceré. México está en la sangre y en el alma ser. Pueblo bendito al que me entregaré, savia pura de maguey.
Somos lo que somos, unos mexicanos. Suena México, sí señor.
Yo soy mexicano hasta la madre, hijo del cocho.
Soy del país que no se raja, papá.
Y no me digan que es verdad, si dentro de la fama queda poca humildad. ¿Y cuánto tiempo pasará para darle bendición a toda la humanidad? Y no me digan que es verdad, si dentro de la fama queda poca humildad. ¿Y cuánto tiempo pasará para darle bendición a toda la humanidad?
Vivo entre personas que no saben apreciar el corazón, pues el mundo se volvió superficial. Todos tienen 10.000 caras, ya no sé ni a cuál mirar. Si sé que los labios de todas me pueden engañar, y aún aprendo a ir a mi ritmo y a los demás respetar. Pero nunca iré de listo, la vida aún me ha de enseñar. Aprendizaje constante, jamás deja de soñar. Saber mirar hacia adelante y en las demás no pensar. Pero darte pena ni que me digas qué tal, pues mirándome a los ojos lo podrás averiguar. Ya tan solo siento pena por el que le gusta actuar sin pensar en las consecuencias que le pueden causar.
Y no me digan que es verdad, si dentro de la fama queda poca humildad. ¿Y cuánto tiempo pasará para darle bendición a toda la humanidad? Y no me digan que es verdad, si dentro de la fama queda poca humildad. ¿Y cuánto tiempo pasará para darle bendición a toda la humanidad?
Que se cuentan aquellos que dañan al corazón, solo quieren tu dinero y sentarse en el sillón. Y son tan malos como Don, mienten en cada canción, viven bien en Babilón. Solo pido que acabe su veneno, que no sean tan malos, que sean todo más buenos. En mi mensaje nada le pone freno, me quemo, si te veo llorar yo me muero, manego. Lord, it's a reggae music, fire not a road. Some Lord, Rasta Chai Connection, estudio guión. Some Lord, it's a reggae music, fire not a road. Some love of a mind, Rasta Chai Connection, estudio guión. Tengan cuidado, cara suena reggae bien pegado. Cuando llega aquí a un estudio anda el reggae trabajado. Muchas cosas malas en la vida han pasado, pero solo con las buenas mis hermanos siempre se han quedado. Y no me digan que es verdad, si dentro de la fama
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.